Chapter 878. Hall Master Mao, what can I do for you? Yang Chen politely took Mao Qi into the reception room. He was well-mannered along the way, and there was no excuse for people to be picky. But the more Mao Qi smiled bitterly in his heart. Yang Chen's etiquette was thorough, and he must have a knife to the bone when he opened his mouth to kill people. But there was no way. Now Mao Qi had to smile at this younger generation junior who wanted to kill him, and he had to let him make the conditions. This is the case. I won't hide it from the master. With the last experience, at least Mao Qi knows that it is very simple to tempt Yang Chen, as long as enough benefits are given. My sect also wants to order a batch of spirit congealing pills from the master. I wonder if the master can help? The greedy posture that Yang Chen showed last time was also an important reason why most of the senior officials in Taishimen have been tolerating Yang Chen to the present. In their eyes, since Yang Chen could be bought with some money, there was no need to fight to the death, and they could cooperate in this way. You must know that even Taishimen have to bear a lot of pressure to deal with a 5th-grade alchemist master. It was also an acceptable way to ease the relationship between the two sides in this way and to have limited cooperation. Spirit congealing pills? Yang Chen frowned directly. Last time this younger generation junior has prepared enough spirit congealing pills for the young sect master. Is there a problem after the young sect master ate it? Yang Chen smelled this question. Of course, Mao Qi couldn't answer it like this. If there is a problem with eating the spirit congealing pills, why do you have to come up and ask for pills? Everyone is smart. There is no need to do this kind of superfluous thing. I lost a batch because of poor care. Mao Qi could only use such a poor reason to dodge it. He couldn't directly tell Yang Chen that the elders of the medicinal hall wanted to study the spirit congealing pills, but they didn't study it, and it caused the young sect master's old illness to relapse, right? That is to say, after the young sect master ate it for a while, he stopped taking it. Yang Chen did not pursue how it was not well kept. Everyone had a tacit understanding that it would be inappropriate to say it, but Yang Chen still asked this question. Yes. Mao Qi hesitated for a moment and nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. The number of pills Yang Chen had given Li Liheng was accurate, just enough to last Li Liheng for 30 years. Since they had lost a batch, it was inevitable that Li Liheng would run out of medicine. This is troublesome. Yang Chen's brows furrowed even tighter, and his tone was indescribably solemn. It was just a simple 3-word evaluation, but it gave Mao Qi a bad feeling. Although Mao Qi was not one of the core elders because he had to contact Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace about this matter, not only the sect master, but also the 2 Desheng stage elders and several core elders. All of them solemnly said to him that the young sect master Li Liheng's matter was the first important thing. Even if it was the questioning inner heart pill, it had to be ranked after the spirit congealing pill. Now Yang Chen's words made Mao Qi's heart sink, and he hurriedly asked, "Master, what kind of trouble?" Once the medicine is cut off, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Yang Chen shook his head very slowly and spoke very slowly, but the meaning contained in it made Mao Qi more and more nervous. If you want to treat again, 30 years may not be enough. Hearing this, Mao Qi breathed a sigh of relief. It was just that if the time was to be extended, it was not a big problem. It was only a few decades for a cultivator. It was only the time of 1 or 2 seclusion. Li Liheng was not one of those old guys who did not have enough life essence. He could afford to wait. Please make a move, master. Mao Qi no longer delayed and directly stated his purpose. Taishimen will not treat the master badly. Oh, Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. After staring at Mao Qi for a while, Mao Qi, the elder of the Yuanying stage, was a little nervous. Then he asked with a smile, "How do you want to treat him badly?" Yang Chen's question was too naked. Even Mao Qi, who knew that Yang Chen would want benefits, couldn't help but secretly spit in his heart. Why did he have to be so straightforward? However, Mao Qi still had to try his best to make Yang Qin satisfied. He immediately showed a smile and asked, "How about it according to the last rules? 2 good flying swords." "I already have a lot of flying swords." Yang Qin shook his head directly and rejected the proposal. "Then use fire seeds?" Mao Qi also knew that according to the original price tag, it would definitely not be able to impress Yang Qin, and immediately changed the way. "Yes." Yang Qin smiled and nodded. 2 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds. Deal. Hearing Yang Qin's words, Mao Qi almost fell to the ground. 2 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds. Are you kidding me? It was still a deal. Wasn't it too much to put the Taishaman in his eyes? Without waiting for Mao Qi to express his disapproval, Yang Qin had already spoken first. "Hall Master Mao, Senior Mao, it's not that this younger generation junior is asking for a big price. It's really forced by the situation. You also know that this younger generation junior promise to do alchemy for the Green Jade Immortal Island has passed. This younger generation junior rushed back this time to complete the commission of the Green Jade Immortal Island." Yang Qin's series of words made Mao Qi have to listen. "I think Senior Mao also knows what price this younger generation junior will pay for alchemy for the Green Jade Immortal Island." Yang Qin understood that Mao Qi must be clear about the price paid by the Green Jade Immortal Island for alchemy this time. This was not a secret. Several major sects have the same price tag. Even if the Taishaman wanted to refine the questioning inner heart pill, it was estimated that they would pay the same price. Mao Qi nodded, indicating that he knew. In this regard, Yang Qin and the Chunyang Palace were still very kind. Although the price tag was high, it could also achieve a fair deal. This younger generation junior can refine pills for the Green Jade Immortal Island. I can get at least 1 kind of 6th grade fire seed, and there are several kinds of 5th grade fire seeds. Yang Qin, like enlightening Mao Qi, asked if the senior is this younger generation junior. Will the senior delay the opportunity to get so many fire seeds for the sake of 2 flying swords? "No," Mao Qi replied subconsciously. After answering, he felt that something was wrong, but the meaning that Yang Qin wanted to express was already very clear. Between earning 6th grade fire seeds and more other grade fire seeds, and earning 2 flying swords, anyone would know which one to choose. It was a very obvious truth. Even fools understood. Yang Qin, of course, had to earn fire seeds first, and then see if he was in the mood. Then he would consider alchemy for the Taishaman. And it had to be in the case of a good price tag. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about it. Money and goods are worldly possessions. If the master helps, in addition to these things, the master can also gain the friendship of the Taishaman. Mao Qi couldn't help but be a little anxious. He said that he had to use some means to deal with other small sect, and the slightly threatening words came out directly. Chapter 879. The implication was that if Yang Qin did not help, he would not be able to get the friendship of the Taishaman, and maybe he would greatly offend the Taishaman. There was this kind of threatening posture in the words, which was also the consistent attitude of the Taishaman. In this case, Mao Qi was very used to it. In other words, this younger generation junior used to refine pills for the Taishaman. In fact, I didn't get the friendship of the Taishaman, right? Yang Qin didn't seem to hear the meaning of Mao Qi's words and asked with a smile. As soon as Mao Qi said the truth, he already knew that it was not good, and Yang Qin's question made him even more anxious. The dissatisfaction in it had been expressed very clearly. The last time he refined pills for the Taishaman, he had already given the Taishaman a lot of face. Now Mao Qi even used threatening means. Yang Qin certainly did not have a good temper. Although he was smiling when he spoke, he expressed a very serious dissatisfaction. If he didn't help this time, he couldn't get the friendship, so it meant that the last time was a waste. According to this logic, wouldn't it be a waste this time? If this was the case, then he had to consider whether to help the Taishaman with alchemy. "Master, I didn't mean that." Mao Qi, a dignified Yuanying stage elder, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Taishamin, the largest sect of the Dao sects at this moment, he had to call himself in front of Yang Qin. I just want the master to help. I have no other intention. That is to say, this younger generation junior has to take the risk of breaking the promise of the Green Jade Immortal Island and help the senior alchemy first? Yang Qin didn't give in and continued to ask, or the senior will go and talk to the Green Jade Immortal Island yourself. This. Mao Qi didn't know what to say. Even if it was the Taishamin, they didn't dare to say this so blatantly to the Green Jade Immortal Island. The last time he slapped himself in front of the Lord of Tantai, he still remembered it clearly. How dare he offend the Green Jade Immortal Island again? I actually just wanted to say that Grandmaster's price tag is too high. Mao Qi finally found the meaning he wanted to express and hurriedly said it. Junior understands. Yang Qin smiled and said in a very reasonable manner, but there's no reason for this junior to give up on the more valuable fire seed and insist on helping senior concoct pills, right? Although the fire seed is good, you don't only need one for your cultivation. Mao Qi finally found a breakthrough and patiently said, asking for so much is just collecting a little more, and it will be a crime to have a treasure. Could it be that our sect has a top-notch immortal's cave? It's an excellent place for cultivation. How about I give it to you? I'm not interested in the cave abode. Yang Qin shook his head directly. A 10,000-year-old elixir. I believe Grandmaster will like it, right? Mao Qi immediately changed to something else. As an alchemist, Yang Qin should not reject elixirs, right? Sure. Yang Qin nodded, and then said very casually, then just give me a few hundred kinds. This junior will see if I can refine some new medicinal pills. Mao Qi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Such a precious thing as a 10,000-year-old elixir, he asked for a few hundred kinds. Yang Qin, you really dare to ask for it. Even if you are Taishamin, it is impossible to take so many elixirs to exchange for other people's alchemy, right? No. Yang Qin knew the result when he saw Mao Qi's expression. He was not annoyed. He was very calm and said, if that's the case, then the business is not done. Senior Mao, if there is a chance, let's cooperate next time. Serving tea meant that he wanted to see the guest off. Mao Qi certainly understood this truth. But the problem was that his purpose of coming to Chunyang Palace has not been achieved. How could he leave? But Yang Qin had already stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Even if Mao Qi was thick-skinned, he could not sit still and be shameless. He could only get up resentfully. He wanted to put on a fierce face to Yang Qin, but when he remembered that he still had to ask for Yang Qin's name, he could not help but be discouraged. He could only bow and leave dejectedly. This time, the price tag could not be negotiated. In fact, it was also expected. Yang Qin was by no means a fool. For the second time, he asked for the same medicinal pill. If it was him, he would also ask for an exorbitant price. Who asked him to come to him again? It was just that the Taishamin had not suffered this kind of vexation for a long time, so Mao Qi was not used to it. Watching Mao Qi leave, the smile on Yang Qin's face slowly subsided. He snorted slightly and did not say much. He went straight to the head of the palace. Everything that happened here should be known by the head of the palace as soon as possible, so that he could arrange the strategy for receiving Mao Qi in the future. It was not that he wanted to fight with the Taishamin now. Everyone understood that it was just that the price tag could not be negotiated. The Taishamin sent themselves to the door. If they did not knock on the door, they would be sorry for the Taishamin who took the initiative to extend their hands. Presumably, the Taishamin also understood this truth. Mao Qi simply said goodbye to the head of the palace and set foot on the way back. It was estimated that he would soon discuss with the sect and come to negotiate again. However, Yang Qin did not give him the opportunity to come to the door to talk. This time he came back with two pretexts. One was to refine pills for the Green Jade Immortal Island, and the other was to get married. The marriage was naturally managed by the sect. Yang Qin himself, together with his master and sister, retreated again. The sect and the Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island had set the date of Yang Chen's marriage, which was an auspicious day 10 years later. It was all decided by the elders of the sect. Whether it was Yang Chen or Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, they had no right to refuse. The sect had decided to hold a big celebration, which was a rare festive scene in recent years. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect did not refuse. Everyone knew the significance of the marriage of these two female disciples and Yang Chen, and they vigorously cooperated. When the time came, the sect of both sides would personally send the two women to the sedan chair and send them to the Chunyang Palace. To the outside, Yang Chen's retreat was to refine the questioning inner heart pill for the Green Jade Immortal Island. As for Yang Chen himself, he intended to use this time to first dry the Taishaman, and second to refine the Gui Shui flying sword in the Great Yin and Yang Five Elements flying sword for himself. The last time he refined pills for Li Liheng, Yang Chen got 2 good water attribute flying swords from the Taishaman, one for each of the 9th water and 10th water. In all fairness, these 2 flying swords were already of excellent quality, but for Yang Chen it was not the best. At least for the Gui Shui flying sword, Yang Chen had a better choice. The complete flood dragon skeleton obtained in the Sea of No Return was the best material for refining the Gui Shui flying sword. The Taishaman's Gui Shui flying sword had become the foil of Yang Chen's brand new Gui Shui flying sword. It would be added to the flood dragon skeleton and become the ingredient of the flood dragon bone flying sword. What is this? When Yang Chen took out the complete flood dragon skeleton from the merit ring, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were both shocked, and Gao Yu asked directly. Chapter 880. The complete dragon skeleton was long, and it was easy to see what kind of species it was. Such a long body was obviously a snake, and like the snake, there was no long horn on its head. But there was an aura similar to the dragon horn and the mountain river geographical map in the bones. Thinking of the 2 dragon horns that Yang Chen found for Gao Yu, Gong Sunling's dragon skin scroll, and the dragon palace where they were in retreat, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling had a feeling of awareness of the truth. Could this be the skeleton of the dragon clan? It's not a real dragon, it's just a flood dragon. Yang Chen knew what they were thinking from the expressions of the 2 women, and explained with a smile. However, Yang Chen's plain tone really made the 2 women want to beat him with their fists. What did he mean by just a flood dragon? In this mortal world, not to mention the flood dragon, even the ordinary things with the dragon bloodline have been extinct, okay? According to reason, since the 2 women have seen the dragon horn, seen the mountain river geographical map, and seen the dragon palace, they should not make a fuss about this trivial flood dragon skeleton. But the fact was that the 2 women could not treat it indifferently in any case, and they were still surprised. Yang Chen's explanation also made the 2 women finally understand what it was. Gao Yu felt a little strange at the beginning. Although the skeleton was complete, the dragon horns were not as strong as the 2 in her hands. Hearing that it was a flood dragon, it became reasonable and natural. Are you going to refine a flying sword? Gao Yu asked carefully. Such a complete flood dragon skeleton. Is it used to make medicine? That would be a pity. As a master of refining, she naturally wanted to show her skills. Of course. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Please give me more advice, master. This call of master made Gao Yu blush a little. Especially in front of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen had never changed this form of address, which made Gao Yu have a feeling of seniority confusion. However, in the face of this almost peak refining material, Gao Yu also quickly calmed down, carefully observed and groped the dragon skeleton, understanding the attributes and characteristics of the skeleton, and began to think about what method she would use if she were to refine it. Gao Yu couldn't help but think of something else. Yang Chen wanted to use the flood dragon's bones to refine the flying sword. However, he originally had a better dragon's horn, but he gave it to her, and Yang Chen himself wanted to use the inferior flood dragon's bones. How could Gao Yu not be touched by his affection? Also, why would Yang Chen refine the dragon bone flying sword at this time? This was also a problem that made Gao Yu very confused, but she immediately understood. Yang Chen was giving her a great opportunity. Although the flood dragon was not a real dragon, it was also a dragon. When it was refined, it was still similar to the dragon's horn. If she could take advantage of Yang Chen's opportunity to refine the flood dragon bone flying sword, she might be able to accumulate a lot of experience in refining the dragon's horn flying sword. So far, Gao Yu has not started the refining of the dragon's horn flying sword. For so many years, she has been carrying out spiritual power scouring and spiritual awareness infiltration on the two dragon armors. Over the years, it has been quite effective, especially after the spiritual awareness double cultivation with Yang Chen some time ago. The process has been accelerated a lot after her spiritual awareness was upgraded to the peak Yuanying stage. She believed that it wouldn't take too long for her to start refining. At this time, Yang Chen took out the flood dragon's bones to refine the flying sword, and his thoughts could be said to be clear. It could be said that Yang Chen has been paying attention to her, and he has been thinking about her wholeheartedly. After Gao Yu understood this, there was a burst of warmth in her heart. She only felt that her whole body seemed to be floating in the clouds, and it was unspeakably smooth. That kind of happy feeling even made Gao Yu have an impulse to guide her whole body's spiritual power to a higher realm. The mood was comfortable, happy, warm, confident. All of these were the reasons for the improvement of her cultivation base. It seemed that at the moment when she understood Yang Chen's mind, Gao Yu's realm had changed again. It seemed to be close to the peak of the middle Jiedan stage. Gong Sunling and Yang Chen certainly noticed the changes in Gao Yu. Yang Chen didn't say anything. He flicked a questioning inner heart pill into Gao Yu's mouth, and then hugged Gao Yu to cultivate the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. Only then did he let go of Gao Yu and let her feel and comprehend it herself. Soon Gao Yu entered that kind of deep level of cultivation, and her spiritual power was also more and more agitated with her retreat and comprehension, and directly began to hit the bottleneck of the middle Jiedan stage. Gong Sunling was envious, but she also knew that what she got was no worse than Gao Yu. There were already 3 Deshang stage masters in the Mountain River geographical map. 2 were sea beasts, 1 was the first city lord, and there were hundreds of Yuanying stage masters. So many powerful characters were indirectly refining the Mountain River geographical map for her. If it weren't for the fact that these people could only work hard in the Mountain River geographical map instead of sincerely surrendering, Gong Sunling could already compete with the current strength of Chunying Palace by relying on this group of people. Of course, it was Chunying Palace after removing Yang Chen. Such a powerful invisible force allowed Gong Sunling to almost not worry about the sacrificial refining of the Mountain River geographical map at all. She only needed to concentrate on the way of formation and spiritual power cultivation. In fact, Gong Sunling's spiritual power cultivation base had already reached the high-middle Jiedan stage, but it had not yet reached the peak. But this was only a few years. With Gong Sunling's qualifications, she would definitely catch up with Gao Yu soon. Yang Chen took out the flood dragon bone for his own refining, and at the same time to give some reference to Gao Yu. Of course, he would not refine it when Gao Yu was in retreat and let Gao Yu miss it. However, this did not mean that Yang Chen could not do anything. He still had to carry out some preparatory work. After all, it was also a flood dragon bone, and it was a flood dragon bone with stunning strength. There was no broken strong thing in the Dragon Palace. Even if it was refining, it was not so easy. It was exactly the same as what Gao Yu had to do in the early stage of refining the dragon horn flying sword. Yang Chen had to use his spiritual power and spiritual awareness to crazily scour the flood dragon bone with Yang Chen's own imprint. From the planning of Yang Chen's great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword to the present, this flood dragon bone was the strongest material that Yang Chen had encountered. The first would Punglai Divine Wood Flying Sword, the second would Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword, the third Fire Bright Light Sword, the fourth Fire Sword Embryo, the fifth Earth Ming Guangra's Living Soil Flying Sword, the seventh Gold Immortal Beheading Knife. In terms of these materials, perhaps only the Punglai Divine Wood and Living Soil could be comparable to the Flood Dragon Bone, but they were not as strong as the Flood Dragon Bone. In the environment of the Dragon Palace, it could still be preserved well, which had fully explained a lot of problems. What Yang Chen had to do now was to first use his spiritual power and spiritual awareness to go deep into the Flood Dragon Bone. Chapter 881. For Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness, this was not a very difficult process. The spiritual awareness of the human immortal first grade had already surpassed all objects in the mortal world, and it was only a few days of work to imprint the spiritual awareness. But this had already explained the strength of the Flood Dragon Skeleton. If it was replaced by the spiritual awareness of the peak Yuanying stage like Gao Yu, it would take at least a few years. The spiritual power scouring was relatively difficult, but under Yang Chen's Great Yin and Yang 5 elements spirit power, under the promotion and tempering of each other, this process did not take too long for Yang Chen. Compared with Gao Yu's decades of painstaking work, Yang Chen only took less than a year to complete this process. Of course, the reason why the Flood Dragon Skeleton was not as good as the quality of the Dragon Horn, Yang Chen's cultivation base was also an important key. Gao Yu only retreated for about 10 months and completed her cultivation. This retreat allowed Gao Yu to completely break through the bottleneck of the middle Jiedan stage and enter the late Jiedan stage. Her spiritual power cultivation base caught up with Yang Chen's. Gao Yu, who had completed her retreat, had been watching Yang Chen's technique. Although Yang Chen had almost never shown his superb refining technique in front of Gao Yu, the only time was the first Wood Flying Sword, which was not so superb, but Gao Yu seemed to have a feeling that Yang Chen would definitely be able to refine this flying sword. Yang Chen had always shown that he was a master of alchemy, and no one would doubt this. But Gao Yu believed that Yang Chen also had superb refining techniques. Even Gao Yu herself did not know why she had such a feeling and why she trusted Yang Chen so much. From this point of view, Gao Yu was very ashamed. As a master, not to mention that she did not give guidance to Yang Chen in terms of spiritual power cultivation base, she even asked Yang Chen to give guidance. As a master of refining with a small reputation in the pure Yang Palace, Gao Yu did not point out any of the content of refining to Yang Chen. Fortunately, whether it was Gao Yu or Gong Sunling, they did not regard their future husband as an ordinary person. It was already a jaw-dropping miracle to be able to become a 5th-grade alchemist master in the mortal world. It was believed that, at this time, even if Yang Chen suddenly became a master of refining, everyone would not be surprised at all. Yang Chen did not let the two women down. After completing the preparatory work, Yang Chen began the refining process. Like the refining method of the first Wood Flying Sword, he first had to enter the secret technique to slowly refine the body from hundreds of feet long, and then he could start further refining. The method of condensing the secret technique, Yang Chen did it very clearly, and even the essentials of how to condense the secret technique were explained one by one. Every time he condensed it very seriously and hit it on the Flood Dragon skeleton. Gao Yu stared intently and listened to Yang Chen's explanation. Although she did not need much of this process in the future, because the length of the dragon's horn was not very long, it also needed a little refining, and it was also useful. Every time the secret technique was injected into the Flood Dragon skeleton, the length of the Flood Dragon skeleton was shortened a little. The completion of each secret technique almost took Yang Chen at least half a day. Later, as the length of the Flood Dragon's skeleton became shorter and shorter, the process became more and more difficult. By the time the hundreds of feet long Flood Dragon skeleton was reduced to less than 1 foot, 3 years had passed. In addition to the 1 year of retreat that Gao Yu took at the beginning, it had been 4 years. To this point, it was a critical moment. At this point, the water-flying sword given by the Taishaman and some flying swords with compatible attributes obtained by Yang Qin from other places came in handy. The top flying sword that countless people could fight for was directly turned into liquid by Yang Qin with the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, and then added to the flood dragon skeleton. There was no hesitation in this process, as if the smelted flying sword was just an ordinary product. If the owner of the flying sword who refined it saw it, he would definitely scold Yang Qin. Such a reckless waste of natural resources should be punished by heaven. However, the two women present, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, did not feel this way at all. Everything was so natural. In front of this flood dragon skeleton, the so-called top-flying sword should be a foil. It should be just an ingredient. They believed that if the smelted flying sword had a spirit, it would not feel wronged. The last step was the most critical. Yang Qin did it the slowest and explained it in the most detailed way. Many of the contents and techniques were understood and known by Gao Yu. They were all introduced in detail in the secret books of the Chunyang Palace and the Taishaman. But under the amazing precision of Yang Qin, these seemingly ordinary, refining techniques bloomed the most brilliant light. Just like a top master of boxing, it seemed that all the moves in his hands had reached the state of returning to the original state. There was no need for any advanced, fancy things to attract attention. Each move was the most ordinary, but it could best reflect the profound meaning of the boxing, and at the same time it was also the move that exerted the greatest power. Yang Chen's refining technique was the same. Every technique, Gao Yu would do it, but such a combination, such accuracy, and at the same time it was necessary to take into account the balance of all aspects of the material. There were no omissions in every aspect, and every corner was taken care of. Gao Yu was a person who knew what was good and what was bad. Naturally, she could see the meaning contained in this. For her, this was simply a perfect demonstration operation, which provided the best reference for her to refine the dragon horn flying sword in the future. With this experience, the success rate of refining the dragon horn flying sword could exceed 90%. The final process took another year. Seeing that the flood dragon bone flying sword had begun to take shape slowly, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling's emotions also changed from the beginning to admiration, to calmness, and finally to the joy of success. The slender, flood dragon bone flying sword almost maintained the original complete shape of the flood dragon bone. Even the flying sword was not straight, but slightly curved along both sides of the central axis, like a small snake winding forward. The skull of the flood dragon became the tip of the sword, and the tail part was slightly circled, becoming a natural hilt. The flying sword was placed there like a long flood dragon that would pounce out at any time, but it was countless times smaller, only 6 feet long. At the same time, it was not a complete flood dragon, but a skeleton without flesh and blood. This was the most complete preparation that Yang Qin had made for refining the flying sword so far. All kinds of ingredients were added at one time, unlike the previous flying swords, which were first created and then slowly perfected. This water-attributed dragon horn flying sword was a finished flying sword that was formed in one go. Chapter 882. After the initial refining, Yang Qin held the flood dragon bone flying sword in his hand, and with a move of his mind, the enlarged flood dragon bone flying sword appeared in his sea of consciousness. Every part of the flood dragon bone flying sword was magnified tens of thousands of times, so that Yang Qin could observe it clearly. Whether there was any deviation in the shape of the flying sword, and whether there was any defect in the interior, it was clearly shown in Yang Chen's abnormal sea of consciousness. It must be said that after his spiritual awareness entered the human immortal first grade, refining the magic weapon of the mortal world was not too difficult for Yang Qin. If there was a defect, it was that Yang Chen's spiritual power was not strong enough to deal with some of the deepest details. However, even so, the flood dragon bone flying sword was much more perfect than many of the so-called best magic weapons in the world. There was no way to avoid flaws, even in the spiritual world and the immortal world. There was no perfect magic weapon. The things refined in the Taishang Laojuan's 8 trigrams furnace also had such subtle defects. At least in terms of Yang Chen's current cultivation base, this flying sword had already sat to the extreme that he could do, even if there were flaws. It was not something that could be solved now. After seeing this result, Yang Chen took a long breath, took out the flood dragon bone flying sword from his sea of consciousness, and then handed it over to Gao Yu, who had been waiting anxiously. Gao Yu cared even more about the quality of this flying sword than Yang Chen. In her eyes, Yang Chen would rather give up the dragon horn, a heavenly material and earthly treasure, to give it to her, but he himself chose the inferior material. If there was a mistake in the refining, Gao Yu would never forgive herself. After taking the flying sword, Gao Yu explored it up and down inside and outside. After a long time, she relaxed like Yang Chen and breathed a sigh of relief. The quality of the flood dragon bone flying sword was not inferior to Wang Yang's Qilin horn flying sword. It was just that the Qilin horn flying sword was a dual water and fire attribute, while the flood dragon bone flying sword was only a water attribute. At least in Gao Yu's eyes, this flood dragon bone flying sword had no flaws at all. It was almost the most perfect flying sword she had ever seen. Only a flying sword of this quality could relieve some of the guilt in Gao Yu's heart. Yang Chen was indeed a master of refining. This was fully demonstrated by the dragon bone flying sword. Not only was he an expert, but he was also an expert who had returned to his natural state. Gao Yu didn't see anything special or difficult in Yang Chen's technique. It was the most basic refining technique that Gao Yu was familiar with. However, by relying on these most basic refining techniques, Yang Chen actually refined this dragon bone flying sword so perfectly, which was simply amazing. Gao Yu was also a master of refining. From this series of processes of Yang Chen, she once again gained a lot of valuable experience. Yang Chen's technique was basic, but there were 2 things that were different from ordinary people. One was accuracy, whether it was the control of spiritual power or the position of refining. It was almost accurate to the slightest or even more subtle parts. Whether it was refining or doing other things, it was the same. Too much was as bad as not enough. Just the fact that it was so precise was enough to make countless master craftsmen blush with shame. The second was the connection of basic techniques. Any exquisite move was formed by the combination of basic techniques. Yang Chen used these most basic techniques to refine the most perfect flying sword in the most suitable order. These 2 points seemed to be very simple, but everyone who had tried it knew the difficulty. Without accurate control of their own spiritual power and techniques, without a clear understanding of the materials, without a clear understanding of the overall process, it was absolutely impossible to achieve such a well-thought-out plan and succeed in one try. This also made Gao Yu begin to re-examine the importance of basic skills. Yang Chen never preached anything to her, but used his own refining process to make a perfect demonstration for Gao Yu. At the same time, it was also an indirect way to tell her what kind of method to use when Gao Yu wanted to refine the dragon horn flying sword in the future. Even Gong Sunling, who was not in the direction of refining, had gained a lot, not to mention Gao Yu, who was originally a master of refining. Basically, after watching Yang Chen refine the dragon bone flying sword, Gao Yu once again began to retreat without hesitation. Of course, it was after Yang Chen, and she cultivated the highest mystery Yin Yang heart sutra once and took the questioning inner heart pill. Gao Yu was in retreat here, and Yang Chen couldn't go out alone. After all, the 3 of them were in the Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Palace was not suitable for others to see for the time being. So Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were also guarding while waiting. Taking this opportunity, Yang Chen opened another furnace of questioning inner heart pills. The profound spirit furnace has been strong to a certain extent, plus Yang Chen's human immortal first-grade spiritual awareness, basically refining the mortal world's medicinal pills. There would be no possibility of failure. A furnace of questioning inner heart pills directly produced dozens of second-grade medicinal pills. This was still the result of Yang Chen's fear that it would be too long, and he did not carry out the second grade refining. In a blink of an eye, it was another half a year, and Gao Yu finally finished her retreat. For the path of refining, she had more understanding. In just a few years, she had 2 consecutive retreats, and Gao Yu's harvest was simply unparalleled. And all of this was thanks to Yang Chen. When Yang Chen came out, the happiest people were the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island. This retreat was nominally to refine the questioning inner heart pills for the Green Jade Immortal Island. Therefore, after meeting with Yang Chen, the master of the palace handed over the already prepared batch of questioning inner heart pills to the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island. After getting the questioning inner heart pills, the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island were almost overjoyed. This batch of questioning inner heart pills, although there were only more than 30 pills, half of them were indeed second grade. The first grade questioning inner heart pills had already been used by several Deshang stage masters. What effect would the second grade questioning inner heart pills have? The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect already had a few second grade questioning inner heart pills on hand, but neither of the 2 major sects was willing to use them. Now that they had gotten so much, there would be more Deshang stage masters in the sect. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect could be ranked among the major sect, and they were able to compete with the Profound Heaven sect in the immortal world. Of course, they had many masters. Over the years, there have been countless people trapped in the realm of the peak Yuanying stage. This batch of questioning inner heart pills was enough to make the strength of the Green Jade Immortal Island qualitatively change. Even the Taishamen, it was estimated that they had to reconsider their relationship with the Green Jade Immortal Island. Equally happy was the Blue Cloud sect. Giving the Green Jade Immortal Island so many second-grade questioning inner heart pills also meant that Yang Chen's current refining techniques were becoming more and more proficient, and he had more and more experience in refining the questioning inner heart pills. The next one was the Blue Cloud sect. Although it would take more than 20 years, if a mere 25 years could be exchanged for more than 22nd grade questioning inner heart pills, it was definitely worth it. Especially with the relationship with Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen would definitely work hard to refine for the Blue Cloud sect and would not favor one over the other. Chapter 883. Of course, the 5 Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect, which were ranked at the back, also deserved to be happy. Today, the Green Jade Immortal Island was there tomorrow, using some external objects to exchange for dozens of Deshang stage masters. This was definitely the most commendable part of this transaction. The other rogue cultivators who had been waiting in line were equally happy. What everyone asked for was just a questioning inner heart pill. Now it was possible to get the second grade questioning inner heart pill. How could it not make people ecstatic? If someone were to touch Yang Chen at this time, it would definitely be a blatant provocation to the sect and the numerous rogue cultivators. If anyone wanted to die faster, feel free to give it a try. Even the powerful Taishamen would not dare to take the risk of universal condemnation. Speaking of Taishamen, Mao Qi was now in a difficult position. The last time he failed to reach an agreement with Yang Chen, he was scolded by the Taishamen's higher-ups. Although Yang Chen was demanding an exorbitant price, Mao Qi actually did not have a long-term vision in this regard, which made the sect master and several core executives very dissatisfied. Of course, strictly speaking, it was not Mao Qi's fault. Mao Qi did not know how important Li Liheng was to the Taishamen, because the sect master and the others did not tell Mao Qi the real secret. In Mao Qi's heart, there was a trace of speculation that Li Liheng was the sect master's illegitimate child. Therefore, in his heart, he did not raise Li Liheng's status very high. Naturally, when Yang Chen extorted him, Court Master Mao felt that it was not worth it, and both parties parted on bad terms. In the eyes of the Taishamen's higher-ups, if they could solve Li Liheng's problem once and for all, it would be worth it no matter what price they had to pay. Not to mention that it was just 2 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds. Even if it was a 7th grade fire seed, it was worth it. if Li Liheng communicated with the predecessors of the spiritual world and immortal world? What questioning inner heart pill? What inner sensing pill? Couldn't the predecessors of the spiritual world give some advice? At that time, the Taishamen could refine it by themselves. Why did they have to care about the attitude of Yang Qin and Chunying Palace? Such a prospect, compared with 2 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds, does not know where to go. In the end, Mao Qi actually rejected them. How could the higher-ups not be annoyed? It wouldn't be too troublesome if they could go back and discuss it on the spot. But after Mao Qi left, Yang Qin began to refine pills in seclusion, and once he refined pills, it took him 5.5 years. Even if the Taishamen wanted to agree, they couldn't find anyone. The palace master of the Chunying Palace pushed the matter aside and only said that Yang Qin had to decide, which made the Taishamen even more angry. It was not easy for Yang Qin to come out, but he immediately brought big news. Not to mention that there were so many questioning inner heart pills. Half of them were 2nd grade. The Green Jade Immortal Island originally had a batch. Now, with this batch, their strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, maybe the status of the Taishamen Dao sects as the #1 sect would be threatened. Now the Taishamen are a little hesitant. Should they ask Yang Qin for the questioning inner heart pill or the spirit congealing pill? After all, the effect of the questioning inner heart pill was very significant. In a short period of time, a large number of Deshang stage masters could be added, which was also a guarantee for the status of the sect. But in the long run, the spirit congealing pill was better. The benefits of being able to communicate with the predecessors of the spiritual world and the immortal world were naturally needless to say. But the problem was that Yang Qin has made it clear that this time it would take a longer time. It may take 50 years for Li Liheng to recover. After 50 years, even if Li Liheng was cured, it was unknown how long it would take to communicate with the predecessors. This contradictory mood made the Taishamen's high-level officials very uncomfortable. Of course, the most uncomfortable thing was that their own life gate was pinched in the hands of their enemy, Yang Qin, humbly begging a younger generation junior, or the culprit who killed their own 6 Yuanying stage masters. This feeling was not uncomfortable. But now they had to fight for the initiative no matter what price they had to pay. Because the news had already come out since Yang Chen was able to make 2 moves for the Taishamen, and it was not counted in the promise to the outside world. Other sect naturally had thoughts. After all, wasn't it just to pay extra benefits? Good things were not only in Taishamen, the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Blue Cloud sect, the 5 Elements sect, the Qinquan sect, which one of them was not bad in the mortal world. They could come up with enough price tags. Now several major sects have sent special envoys to contact Chunying Palace, hoping to let Yang Qin take action and refine some additional medicinal pills. It wasn't just the big sections. Even some of the smaller sects were getting restless. There was even a small sect that planned to use a beautiful and unparalleled female disciple as the price. The news of Yang Qin marrying for beautiful wives at the same time was not concealed from others. Some people immediately guessed that Yang Qin was a lecherous person. The small sect couldn't come up with enough benefits, but there were always 1 or 2 beautiful female disciples. Maybe Yang Qin would like them. So many people were planning to take action. If the Taishamen still hesitated when it was their turn, they didn't know how many years it would take. The Taishamen couldn't tolerate this kind of thing happening. Hall Master Mao hurriedly came to the door again. This time, after the sect master made him swear by his heart demon. He told him the truth about Li Liheng's cultivation method. At the same time, he also explained that Li Liheng had met with a predecessor in the spiritual world twice during the period of taking Yang Chen's spirit congealing pills, and briefly passed through. After understanding all this, Hall Master Mao Qi finally understood what kind of mistake he had made and what kind of loss he had brought to the sect. Before setting off, Hall Master Mao Qi had already made up his mind. Anyway, with the authorization of the sect master and several core elders, he must achieve his goal at all costs. Other sect came to ask for pills, Yang Chen handed it over to the palace master to decide. Anyway, as long as it didn't delay Yang Chen's normal cultivation, Yang Chen didn't mind refining more medicinal pills to increase his experience. At the same time, these refined medicinal pills were the favor of Chunying Palace, and also some of the help of Chunying Palace in the future. But only the matters of the Taishimen, the sect, would let Yang Chen decide. Last time, Yang Chen had already said to the palace master that he would make some arrangements for the Taishimen. In this regard, the sect unconditionally supported it. So, after Hall Master Mao Qi arrived at Chunying Palace, he soon appeared in front of Yang Chen again. Master, the conditions you said last time, 2 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds in exchange for the spirit congealing pills. We agreed. Mao Qi also liked to negotiate with Yang Chen. Although sometimes the conditions were harsh, everyone didn't have to beat around the bush. They could directly set the conditions and take the chips. It saved a lot of trouble than those negotiations that needed to go around the bush. Senior Mao, that was the price 5 years ago. Yang Chen faced Mao Qi's sudden generosity and suddenly laughed out loud. Now, it is not the market at that time. Chapter 884. Mao Qi almost sprayed a mouthful of blood directly on Yang Chen's face. What does it mean that now is not the market at that time? To put it bluntly, it's just a trip or two. The price is different? At this moment, Mao Qi almost wanted to stand up and leave. Mao Qi wanted to ask Yang Chen, do you know who you are extorting? Do you know what it means when the Taishimen are angry? But Mao Qi did not ask. He knew that it was useless to ask. It was not that the Taishimen had never been angry. They sent 6 Yuanying stage masters to kill Yang Chen. As a result, the 6 Yuanying stage masters died instantly, and Yang Chen was now sitting in front of him and talking with confidence. Do it. Mao Qi didn't have this idea. Chunying Palace would never allow Yang Chen to have an accident in their own sect. There was definitely the old tree demon, or Wang Yong, who was not far away. Once Mao Qi dared to have a bad intention. Even if he was the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Taishimen, it was estimated that he would still be killed. Senior Mao, it's not that I'm asking for too much. Yang Chen's hateful voice sounded at this time. I think Senior Mao also knows the price of this younger generation junior's alchemy for the Green Jade Immortal Island. Now, someone offers something higher than this price and asks this younger generation junior to make alchemy. It takes the same amount of time. On one side is a higher price than the Green Jade Immortal Island. On the other side is the price of Senior Mao. If it is changed to Senior yourself, which one will you choose? The same question was asked again, and Mao Qi didn't even know how to answer it. From the standpoint of the Taishimen, Mao Qi would of course firmly say that he would refine pills for the Taishimen first. But from the perspective of Yang Chen, of course, it was alchemy for other sections. Moreover, whether it was the Blue Cloud sect or the 5 Element sect, none of these sects were inferior to the Taishimen. Why should Yang Chen lower his status to cater to the Taishimen? Moreover, it was a sect that had once sent out experts to kill Yang Chen. Mao Qi was speechless and could only ask resentfully, "What's the price now?" Junior Sect Master, you need a lot more pills this time than last time. You won't be able to concoct them all in one furnace. Yang Chen smiled on his face and began to count his fingers for Mao Qi. Last time it took 6 years for the spirit congealing pill. This time it will take at least 10 years. Enough for this junior to open 2 furnaces of questioning inner heart pills. What price does Senior Mao think we should offer? With twice the time, the implication was that at least twice the price of the questioning inner heart pill of the Green Jade Immortal Island was not something that could be solved by 2 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds. At this moment, Mao Qi wished he could slap himself in the face. If Yang Chen asked at that time and he agreed, directly there would be no such thing. But now it was useless to regret. Yang Chen's value was indeed placed here, the price was clearly marked, and Mao Qi could not help but believe it. When he thought of the significance of Li Lihing's young sect master to the sect, Mao Qi had to pinch his nose and recognize this account. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, twice the price of the green jade Immortal Island deal. After 10 years, this old man will come to get the spirit congealing pill." Slow down. Slow down. Just as Mao Qi was about to get up and leave, Yang Qin called, "Mao Qi, Senior Mao, you can't get the spirit congealing pill in 10 years. Are you playing with this old man?" Mao Qi's eyebrows were raised on the spot. The first sentence just said that it would take 10 years, and the second sentence changed to not get it in 10 years. If it was anyone else, they would also get angry. Fortunately, Mao Qi has been in charge of the Foreign Affairs Hall for many years. He knew when he could get angry and when he must suppress it. Holding back his anger, Mao Qi stared at Yang Qin fiercely, waiting for his explanation. "Senior is late. This younger generation junior has promised the Blue Cloud sect. After getting married, this younger generation junior will first make a furnace of questioning inner heart pills for the Blue Cloud sect." Yang Qin said with a smile, "This younger generation junior will get married in 4 years. After marriage, I will refine pills for the Blue Cloud sect for 5 years, plus the 10 years of spirit congealing pills. Senior should wait for 19 years to come back." First come, first served. Even if it was Taishaman, it was impossible to squeeze the Blue Cloud sect to the back. Not to mention that the strength of the Blue Cloud sect was not inferior to the Taishaman. Just the Blue Cloud sect's son Qingxue and Yang Qin were about to become husband and wife. Yang Qin had no reason to abandon his relatives to please the Taishaman. There was also Yang Qin's marriage. Even if Mao Qi was anxious, he couldn't tell Yang Qin that his marriage was a trivial matter and it was not worth mentioning. It was more important for the Taishaman. If Mao Qi said this, it would not only offend Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace. You must know that the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island were going to marry their female disciples to Yang Qin. The last time he was reluctant to give up 2 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds. There was such a retribution immediately. Not only the price tag was increased several times, but the time was also directly delayed by more than 20 years. While Mao Qi was burning in his heart, he became more and more dissatisfied with the sect master and the core elders for not informing him about the young sect master in advance. Even if he agreed to Yang Chen's conditions in such a humble and humiliating manner and got the spirit congealing pill, this time the sect paid a heavy price. It was estimated that he had to bear the black pot. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Mao Qi suddenly didn't know what he should use to describe his mood at the moment. Remorse and hatred? Or was it anger? "Senior, Mao seems to be in a hurry." Yang Chen's voice reached Mao Qi's ears again. "If this is the case, this junior has a solution. I wonder if Senior Mao is interested?" "Oh, what is it?" When Mao Qi heard this, he suddenly had a feeling of a village at the end of the tunnel. "I would like to hear the details." "This junior has no time to refine it, but Senior can find someone else." Yang Chen said with a smile, "This junior is interested in selling the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill. I don't know if Senior is willing to buy it." "What are you going to say?" Mao Qi could hardly believe his ears and couldn't help but come up with a genteel word. "This junior intends to sell the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill. Are you interested in it?" Yang Qin did not hesitate and asked again, "You name your price." Hearing that Yang Chen was really willing to sell the pill recipe, Mao Qi's spirit was completely uplifted this time, and his face was also filled with a radiant look, no longer the kind of helplessness before. The voice of the speech was also loud and full of confidence. When Yang Chen saw that Mao Qi was so straightforward, he was secretly happy in his heart, but his face was reluctant. He said with some shyness, "Senior Mao, this junior is willing to give Senior face for the sake of Senior's sincerity several times, but this junior can't give it to Senior for no reason, so this price tag will be a little high. Senior should be aware of it." Chapter 885. The Spirit Congealing Pill and the Pill Recipe of the Spirit Congealing Pill. How to choose between the two, even a fool would know. Yang Chen's move. One is to teach people to fish. The other is to teach people to fish. One is to treat the symptoms. The other is to treat the root cause. If Mao Qi is still hesitant on this issue, then he is not the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of Taishimen, as long as you give me a specific price. At this moment, Mao Qi had an indescribable performance of being rich. If he could get the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill, even if this time he let Yang Qin knock him off, Mao Qi would accept it. Isn't it just some worldly possessions? The greatest heaven sect was rich and imposing. It was an unexpected confidence. With the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill, Li Lihing's problem could be completely solved. Moreover, the spirit congealing pill was not only used by Li Lihing, even other cultivators could use it. It could condense the spiritual awareness. It was a good thing. The most important point was that with the pill recipe, Taishimen would no longer have to be controlled by others. The taste of coming to Yang Qin several times was not good. Mao Qi had tasted enough of that kind of discomfort. Mao Qi was naturally eager to solve it once and for all. A 7th grade fire seed. Yang Chen was not polite and directly offered his own price. He was lying on the chopping board. If he didn't cut a knife, he would be sorry to the rich Mao Qi Hall master opposite him. Hiss! Even Mao Qi, who had already prepared to be slaughtered, couldn't help but take a breath after hearing the price of Yang Qin. Looking at Yang Qin, his eyes were full of disbelief. The pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill, you said it in the past, isn't it just like this? A wry smile appeared on Mao Qi's face. He knew that Yang Chen would open his mouth, but he didn't expect this bite to be so big. Wasn't Yang Chen afraid that he couldn't swallow it? This younger generation junior never sells the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill, only the pill recipe to harmonize the spirituality of the inner core. Yang Qin bit on this point. In the past, when the Xiang family falsely accused Yang Qin of stealing the Xiang family's pill formula, Yang Qin would never admit to it. Can this spirit-congealing pill compare to the heaven-seizing pill? However, Mao Qi did not care about this. In his mind, the pill formulas that Yang Chen wanted to sell were the pill formulas for the heaven-seizing pill. Although there were many people who had the recipe of the heaven-seizing pill, only Yang Chen had the pill recipe that could reconcile the inner core of the Deshang stage monster. Not only Mao Qi, but many people felt that the pill formula in Yang Chen's hands was the real heaven-seizing pill formula. That depends on whether it's useful or not. Yang Chen smiled and said, "If it's not useful, then it's worthless. If it's useful, then it's priceless. If he needed it urgently, even the wealth of a nation would not be a problem. If Senior Mao is not in a hurry for the time being, then the price is still the same as before. Junior is not in a hurry." These words were exactly what Mao Qi was thinking. The spirit congealing pill, to put it bluntly, was to condense spiritual awareness. This was originally a medicinal pill in the spiritual world, but for people in the mortal world, the effect was not necessarily good. Without the spiritual awareness of a human immortal or above, after taking the spirit congealing pill, it was already good that the medicinal effect could be exerted for 100 times. However, under the arrangement of Yang Qin, Li Lihing now inevitably needed this kind of spirit congealing pill. In particular, this spirit congealing pill was also related to the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method. Mao Qi had to be careful about it. Judging from the performance of Li Lihing's 2 spiritual awareness contacts with the senior, it was after taking the spirit congealing pill. Everyone also knew that with Li Lihing's current cultivation base, it was impossible to do this. Even the senior who created this cultivation method was only able to do this when he was at the peak of the nascent soul realm. From this aspect, even if Li Lihing recovered in the future, if he wanted to make the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method work in advance, he must have the help of the spirit congealing pill. Otherwise, with Li Lihing's spiritual awareness cultivation posture, if he wanted to reach the peak Yuanying stage, he didn't know if it would take hundreds or thousands of years. Yang Chen's words were clear. If you don't need it, you don't have to buy it. But when you want to use it, you have to come to Yang Qin again and again. He believed that after several times, the price paid was enough to exchange for a 7th grade fire seed. Now Yang Qin already has a 7th grade fire seed, which was the treasure of the Chunying Palace, the pure yang true fire. However, Yang Qin firmly believed that Taishimin must have a 7th grade fire seed. If enough high-grade fire seeds could be collected in the mortal world, then Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven-burning fire would become more and more perfect after experiencing the heavenly tribulation. Whether to buy the pill recipe or not, Mao Qi was lost in thought. Yang Qin did not urge him, so he sat opposite him and slowly tasted it. Of course, this time it was not to serve tea, but to wait for Mao Qi to make a decision. This decision was quite difficult to make. A 7th grade fire seed to buy a pill recipe that was not worth so much in ordinary times. It was definitely Yang Qin waving a double-edged knife to kill people. But when he thought about it, if he asked Yang Qin again and again in the future, that feeling would never be better than now. The first was to cut off a large piece of meat with a sharp knife. The second was to cut the meat with a blunt knife. It was slow and painful. Adding up, it may cut more meat than the first kind. Weighing the two, it was really difficult to come to a conclusion. However, the last time he was scolded in the sect, Mao Qi quickly made a decision. There was no good fruit to eat indecisiveness. Maybe the price tag would be higher next time. Since he had already put on a posture of being willing to be killed, he simply let Yang Qin kill enough at once, and he would not give him a chance to kill people in the future. A 7th grade fire seed deal. Mao Qi's face was quite ugly as he said these words through gritted teeth. There was a kind of solemn and stirring expression on his face, as if the wind was bleak and the water was cold, and the hero would never return. This time he would be able to be extorted in the future. In the future, he would no longer be angry with Yang Qin, the younger generation. Hall Master Mao is really decisive. This younger generation, Junior, admires you. Yang Chen directly gave a thumbs up in front of Mao Qi. The pill recipe is ready-made. This younger generation, Junior, will be in the sect, waiting for Hall Master Mao to exchange the fire seed. Mao Qi left this time. Shortly after he left, the figures of Wang Yong and the head of the palace appeared silently on Yang Chen's side. Just now, the head of the palace and Wang Yong understood what was said. Would it be inappropriate to give them the pill recipe? If they take the pill recipe, you will be in danger. The head of the palace was worried that the Taishimin would take the pill recipe and harm Yang Qin, so he asked worriedly, "Headmaster, please rest assured." Yang Qin replied with a smile, "Even if you take the pill recipe, you may not be able to refine the medicinal pill. Tampering with the pill recipe." The head of the palace was shocked and immediately shook his head. This is an excuse for the Taishimin to make a move. It's a real pill recipe. Yang Chen directly dispelled the worries of the head of the palace, but without the level of a 5th grade alchemist master. Even if I give him the pill recipe, they can only look at it. In the end, they still have to ask the disciple. Chapter 886. Yang Chen's answer made the palace master and the master ancestor stunned for a while. Then, after looking at each other, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. This time, the Taishimin were going to lose a lot. They paid a 7th grade fire seed to get the pill recipe, but they could only watch it and could not refine it. It was believed that after they knew this result, they would be distressed to the point of wanting to kill someone. However, even if they wanted to kill someone, they had to wait until Yang Qin helped them refine the medicinal pill. Was there such a thing that made the Taishimin feel more hateful when they had suffered a big loss and had to come to ask for help with a smiling face? Was there anything that could make the high-level members of the Chunying Palace happier than this? The palace master and master ancestor Wang Yong couldn't help but laugh. Yang Chen's trick was too bad, and it was too satisfying. This was even more satisfying than killing the few of them. How are you going to deal with the Taishimin next? After the palace master curiously asked this question, he He immediately added another sentence. Forget it. You don't have to tell me. Even if it's the Taishanmen asking you for medicinal pills, it should be painful. After dealing with Mao Qi of the Taishanmen, the palace master, and Yang Qin talked about the changes that had taken place in the sect when Yang Qin was in retreat these days. For more than 5 years, almost every year, Chunyang Palace would announce to the public that they recruited 2 or 3 monsters of the Yuanying stage to join the Hall of Eccentrics, and at the same time, there were dozens of monsters in the peak Jiran stage. Compared with the situation of the major sect recruiting the monster race in recent years, the action of the Chunyang Palace was neither big nor small. A big sect like the Taishanmen could not find a group of Yuanying stage masters of the monster race to join them at any time and place. After all, the disciples of the big sect had killed quite a number of demons when they claimed to be eliminating demons. Not every demon would bow down and worship the Taishanmen when they saw them. Generally speaking, in the first few years, the major sects would recruit a dozen or so nascent soul demon clan demons. In the following years, it was already a good result to have one nascent soul demon clan demon join every 3 to 5 years. No other sect was like Chunyang Palace, where every year 2 or 3 nascent soul realm demons would join them. Although it seemed a little ridiculous, it could be explained. On the one hand, Chunyang Palace was a small sect, and its disciples did not kill many people in the demon tribe. On this point, it had an advantage over the big sect. In addition, Chunyang Palace was the first to launch the Hall of Eccentrics, which innately made the demon clan have a sense of identity. In this way, although Chunyang Palace did not expand its strength much in the beginning, in the eyes of outsiders, in the past 5 or 6 years, the high-end strength of Chunyang Palace had almost doubled. The addition of more than a dozen nascent soul realm demons made the strength of Chunyang Palace more powerful. Of course, for many years, Chunyang Palace had been following Yang Chen's method, training agents in the secular world and searching for excellent disciples everywhere. After years of practice, the results were remarkable. Thousands of disciples with excellent qualifications joined Chunyang Palace with the annual recruitment ceremony of the sect. To the outside world, this was a very normal phenomenon. Chunyang Palace now had a 5th-grade alchemist, which was naturally a choice for many people. It was just that no one in other sect would find that the average qualifications of these new disciples of Chunyang Palace were much higher than those of other sect. These disciples were all properly arranged to cultivate in Yeshio manner. Over the past few decades, more than half of the new disciples had already displayed exceptional talent in cultivation and successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, quite a number of them had already reached the middle or late stage of the foundation establishment stage in just a few decades. Compared to the disciples in the past, they were many times faster. According to this momentum, as long as there was a maximum of 100 years, the number of Jiran disciples in Chunyang Palace could increase by thousands, and with the passage of time, there would be more and more promising disciples. At least the head of the palace had seen the hope of the rise of the sect from the current development momentum of Chunyang Palace. The elders now had to vigorously cultivate some disciples at the peak of Jiran to expand the ranks of the elders. Only waiting for some promising disciples to cross the tribulation and form the nascent soul, they would join the ranks of the elders. Now there were more Yuanying cultivators in the monster race, far more than human cultivators. For the sect, this was also an unbalanced situation. Fortunately, there were more and more disciples in the peak Jiran stage. He believed that with the accumulation, coupled with the continuous supply of Yang Chen's 2nd-grade inner sensing pills and thunder pomegranate, there would be more and more human cultivators crossing the tribulation and forming the nascent soul, and the power of Chunyang Palace would become more and more balanced. In general, the sect was very good, and everyone was happy. The head of the palace was now in a good mood, and his cultivation base had reached the peak Yuanying stage. It had only been a few decades. Although it was because of the double cultivation with Wan Qian, the confidence of the head of the palace was also a very important reason. The other elders, had different degrees of progress. Hall Master Meng Xian of the Law Enforcement Hall had reached the peak Yuanying stage. It was estimated that, in a few decades, there would be another elder of the Deshang stage in Chunyang Palace. The information obtained by the Wine Immortal House was continuously sent to Chunyang Palace, and at the same time, Senior Zhu Xian had also reached the peak Yuanying stage. The sect had already handed over the questioning inner heart pills to Zhu Xian, waiting for him to arrange everything and then find a place to cultivate. At that time, the sect would also send the avatar of the old tree demon to protect him. Everything was developing in a good direction, and Yang Chen's painstaking management had finally produced satisfactory results. At this point, Yang Chen could first prepare for the marriage with peace of mind and marry his 4 charming brides. However, before that, there was one more thing that must be done. That was to hand over the pill recipe to the Taishaman. The 7th grade fire seed that Yang Chen wanted was only the reward that Yang Chen wanted, and the Taishaman also had to compensate 1 or 2 in the sect, but it was not as outrageous as Yang Chen. The Taishaman were a big family. Since they had already paid this price, of course, they would not care about the small thanks to Chunyang Palace. It would take less than 2 or 3 months for Mao Qi to come and go, and he believed that he would visit again soon. He didn't know what kind of expression the senior leaders of the Taishaman would have when they heard this price, but it was certain that for Li Liheng and for the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, the Taishaman would definitely pinch their noses and accept this big loss. It wasn't just Mao Qi who came to the Greatest Heaven sect. This time, there was also a Deshang stage elder who was accompanied by one of the 3 Deshang stage elders who were injured in the secret plane incident. The reason why there was a master of the Deshang stage accompanying them was also for the safety of the 7th grade fire seed. Perhaps Mao Qi and several accompanying Yuanying stage masters could ensure that the other things were foolproof, but the 7th grade fire seed would definitely cause countless masters to covet it. Chapter 887. The 7th grade fire seed was already the pinnacle of the fire seeds in the mortal world. Moreover, even if it was a master of the Deshang stage, it was not necessarily able to subdue the 7th grade fire seed. The pure yang true fire of Chunyang Palace has been kept in the secret plane since the establishment of the sect, but since the founder, no disciple has been able to subdue and absorb the pure yang true fire. The difficulty of subduing the 7th grade fire seed could be seen. This was also one of the reasons why the senior leaders of Taishaman later agreed to deliver the 7th grade fire seed. At best, it was to take the fire seed to Chunyang Palace and let Chunyang Palace keep it first. Did Yang Qin still have a chance to absorb it? Not to mention that he was just a 5th grade alchemist master. Even if it was a strong alchemist master, if his cultivation base was not enough, it was impossible to move the 7th grade fire seed. First get the pill recipe, wait for Li Liheng to recover and cultivate the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, and then clean up Chunyang Palace. At that time, whether it was the 7th grade fire seed or the things that had been sent before, maybe it was possible to get them back. Although neither Taishaman nor Chunyang Palace had leaked any news about this transaction before, the 7th grade fire seed was of great importance after all, and no one dared to neglect it. Taishaman accompanied a master of the Deshang stage for safety. There were no waves along the way, and they calmly arrived at Chunyang Palace. Grandmaster Yang, it's not that I don't trust you, but your pill recipe, how can you guarantee that it is true? Mao Qi or Taishaman really had such concerns, and they raised it before the transaction. Everyone was a villain before a gentleman, and they didn't worry about who would deceive who. This younger generation junior can swear by my heart. Yang Qin said this with a casual smile. In this way, Mao Qi and others had no reason to doubt it. At this point, Mao Qi and others no longer had any doubts, and they happily took out the 7th grade fire seed, profound true fire, and put it in front of Yang Qin. The 7th grade fire seed was indeed a 7th grade fire seed. This mysterious true fire was really extraordinary. Before it got close, Yang Chen felt that the yin-yang heaven-burning fire in his body seemed to be attracted by something. It wanted to fly out of his body and merge into this fire seed. If it weren't for Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness, which had already surpassed the limits of this world, forcibly suppressing the flames in his body, he might have really made a fool of himself on the spot. Mysterious true fire, he had only heard of it in the past, but he had never had the opportunity to see it. It was a 7th grade fire seed that could be comparable to the pure Yang true fire. Now it was in front of Yang Chen. It seemed that as long as Yang Chen waved his hand, he could take it. Staring at the fire seed for a long time, even Yang Chen, who had the memory of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal in his previous life, could not help but drool like a greedy idiot, imagining all kinds of situations after he absorbed the fire seed. Ahem! Mao Qi's cough awakened Yang Chen from his fantasy. With an awkward smile, he took out a jade slip from his chinquan bag and put it on the table. Mao Qi couldn't wait to pick up the jade slip. His spiritual consciousness explored it and began to explore the contents. After a while, he nodded slightly and handed the jade slip to the accompanying elder of the Deshang stage. This old man, Hu Qianyi, has not thanked the Grandmaster for saving my life last time. It was not until this time that the elder of the Deshang stage spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he thanked Yang Chen. Senior, you don't have to. The sect has paid enough price. This younger generation junior also took advantage of people's difficulties and exchanged it for some benefits. Yang Chen waved his hand directly. If the senior wants to thank someone, thank your sect master Li and hall master Mao. This old man is very curious, Grandmaster. You have collected so many fire seeds. What is the use? Hu Qianyi, as a master of the Deshang stage, would not entangle himself in this kind of thing. Anyway, as long as he expressed his own thoughts, he did not care whether Yang Chen accepted it or not. But he immediately asked Yang Chen this question. In fact, it was not only Hu Qianyi who had this doubt. Many people in the Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island were very puzzled about this, even the elders in the Chunying Palace. Everyone was also puzzled. Yang Chen took so many fire seeds. What was he going to do? Alchemy. Yang Chen gave such an answer very irresponsibly. Different medicinal materials need different flames to exert the greatest medicinal effect. This younger generation junior uses these fire seeds for alchemy. Grandmaster's alchemy skills are unparalleled in the world. Hu Qianyi was full of smiles, and there was a strong sense of admiration in his words, but he turned the thread of conversation and said another aspect. I don't know if the Grandmaster has taken this 7th grade fire seed. Can you be sure to use it for alchemy? Don't blame this old man for being old. I believe that with the cultivation base of the Grandmaster, not to mention the 7th grade fire seed, even if it is a 6th grade fire seed, in this old man's opinion, the Grandmaster is also quite reluctant. It seemed that he also saved a little face for Yang Chen. In fact, the meaning that he wanted to express was not reluctant, but it was simply impossible. How many amazing cultivators were burned to ashes when they absorbed the 5th grade fire seed. Yang Chen, a small Jian stage master, dared to covet the 7th grade fire seed? In the end, it was still the Taishamen who were unwilling. Hu Qianyi said this, but in fact, it was to plant a seed of a heart devil in Yang Chen's heart. In the future, as long as Yang Chen thought that although he greedily got the 7th grade fire seed, he could only look at it, this mood would definitely affect Yang Chen's cultivation. Yang Chen was already a 5th grade alchemy master. In the view of the Taishamen, it was best to stop here and must not let Yang Chen have a chance to go to the next level. It was better to honestly give everyone alchemy and not to think about it. Senior doesn't have to worry about it. Of course. Yang Chen heard Hu Qianyi's meaning. There was no anger on his face. He smiled and replied, as long as you hold it in your hand, it is a happy thing to use it or not. It is better than having nothing in your hand. Then the Grandmaster should take good care of it. Don't lose it. Hu Qianyi had a kind smile on his face and said earnestly, treasure is a crime. This 7th grade fire seed and the Grandmaster's alchemy inheritance, I believe that many people will be interested in it." "Well said, well said." Yang Qin didn't care at all. Instead, he nodded and said this younger generation junior will pay attention to it. If the senior needs this younger generation junior to do alchemy next time, just say it. As long as the price is right, this younger generation junior will never refuse. When it came to the word price, Yang Qin deliberately emphasized the pronunciation. Anyone could hear the ridicule in Yang Chen's mouth. However, the Taishaman had just obtained the pill recipe. Although Yang Chen swore by the devil, to be on the safe side, they still needed an alchemy master to verify it. For a while, Hu Qinyi did not dare to offend Yang Chen too much. He just smiled and said nothing. Mao Qi had already smoothed things over. The two sides had completed the transaction. Mao Qi was eager to return to the sect. He hurriedly said goodbye to the head of the palace, and the group quickly left Chunying Palace. "As long as we wait to refine the spirit-congealing pill, then elder who can do whatever he wants." Mao Qi was also unwilling in his heart, and said angrily, "Even if the pure Yang Palace is destroyed, it is not impossible." Chapter 888. Mao Qi said this. Of course, there was a basis. As long as the spirit-congealing pill worked, it could allow Li Liheng to contact the predecessors in the spiritual world. Naturally, when the time comes, there would be pill recipes and cultivation methods. Who would care about a small Chunying Palace? Now, they couldn't touch Chunying Palace, mainly because of Yang Qin. At that time, there would be no scruples, and the Chunying Palace would be destroyed. At that time, even if it was the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, would they fight with the Taishaman? At that time, the two major sects would have enough questioning inner heart pills. Where would they care about Yang Qin? Thinking of this, Mao Qi suddenly thought of a problem. Since Yang Chen was willing to sell the pill recipe of the spirit-congealing pill, was Yang Chen also willing to sell the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill? Thinking of the previous matter of the heaven-seizing pill, Yang Chen said that he was willing to sell the pill recipe, but at that time people felt that the price was too high and no one was willing. Now that he has exchanged a 7th-grade fire seed for the pill recipe of the spirit-congealing pill, could he also exchange the questioning inner heart pill? As soon as this question appeared in his mind, he couldn't stop thinking about it, and he kept thinking about this possibility. At this time, Mao Qi had some regrets. If he knew this, he shouldn't have let Elder, who stimulate Yang Qin behind him. He also wanted to plant a heart devil in him. He should have asked about this matter first. No, Yang Chen was willing to sell the pill recipe. There should be no other sect that knows about it now. This time he must send the pill recipe of the spirit-congealing pill back as soon as possible, and then report this matter to Sect Masterly. If he could get the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill and heaven-seizing pill, wouldn't he never have to look at Yang Chen's face in the future? It was just a 7th-grade fire seed. In the secret plane of Taishaman, there were at least 3 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds, enough to buy all the pill recipes that Yang Chen was now proud of. The 7th-grade fire seed was not an ordinary fire seed. Even if he wanted to destroy it, the masters of the Deshang stage did not have this ability. He would put it in his storage, and when the time came, he would naturally take it back. The more Mao Qi thought about it, the more proud he was. Last time, because of his indecisiveness, he missed a good opportunity and was scolded by the sect master and several core elders. This time he had finally found a way to redeem himself, and it was a great contribution to the sect. No, I must hurry back and settle this matter with the sect master and the elders. Otherwise, once the news spreads, the other sect will definitely catch wind of it. Yang Qin sent the Taishaman away. He no longer cared about them. Anyway, the trap would take decades, so there was no need to rush. His own marriage would be held 4 years later, so Yang Qin did not have to worry about it. However, there was one thing that was pressing on his eyebrows, and he had to pay attention to it. Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map. After collecting 3 masters of the Deshang stage and hundreds of masters of the Yuanying stage, was finally about to be completed. The tempering of the life source magic weapon depended on the level of each person's cultivation base. Generally speaking, the Yuan stage ancestors needed to temper it for decades, and the Jidan stage masters needed more time. It was possible for hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years. Of course, the longer the tempering time, the higher the tacit understanding between the magic weapon and the owner. This was beyond doubt. Even Yang Chen himself, who has been tempering the immortal beheading blade for more than 150 years, felt that it was not yet finished. In Yang Chen's plan, the Jidan stage was all used to temper the life source magic weapon. Of course, there were some exceptions to Yang Chen's situation. In addition to the immortal beheading blade, the great Yin and Yang 5 elements flying sword had to be tempered, and the other flying swords were supplementary. The consumption time was shorter, and they could be used at any time. This was something that no one else could do. Different people had different situations. Yang Chen was in such a situation, and Gao Yu was in another situation. Although the dragon horn flying sword has not yet been formed, in the process of Gao Yu's spiritual power and spiritual awareness scouring and infiltration, it was also equivalent to the tempering of the life source magic weapon. After all, the process of refining the magic weapon by the refiner himself was also a tempering process that could not be ignored. Not everyone was a refiner, so most people's magic weapons were refined by others. In the tempering of the life source magic weapon, a large part of the consumption was to erase the original refiner's imprint on the magic weapon. Gong Sunling's situation was the most special. The mountain river geographical map had no owner's aura. Especially after being cleaned by Xiaotian, it was completely a pure magic weapon, and it was branded with its own imprint. Moreover, the characteristics of the mountain river geographical map determined that Gong Sunling was destined to spend less time tempering than everyone else, but could achieve better results. There was no other way. Even if it was Yang Qin, there were 3 more Deshang stage masters and hundreds of Yuanying stage masters to help him temper the magic weapon. It could also be very fast. But this does not mean that Gong Sunling can easily complete the tempering work. Although the process of tempering could save a lot of time, the final step of the tempering still required Gong Sunling's full concentration to be able to complete it. There was no perfect thing in the world, and the situation of Gong Sunling was the same. Although many masters helped to save the time of the tempering, it also caused the tempering of the mountain river geographical map to not be pure. Although the leader was still Gong Sunling, there were still some impurities after all. The final step was to thoroughly filter the spiritual power of those who helped, so that the mountain river geographical map would completely become Gong Sunling's life source magic weapon. For Gong Sunling in her previous life, this process would definitely be extremely difficult, and it would even take no less than the time of tempering to complete it. But now, with the help of Yang Qin, everything was much simpler. Every master of refining, if there was a chance, would not miss the feast of tempering the mountain river geographical map. In front of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Wang Yong were now staring at her. At the same time, Gong Sunling's master and Gao Shiyan were also on the side, always concerned about their own disciples. Her spiritual awareness was already at the peak Yuanying stage, and Gong Sunling's control of her own spiritual power was definitely among the top in the world. In addition to the masters of the Deshang stage, it belonged to this realm. Yang Qin was very concerned about his wife's affairs. Not only did she have the spirit power of the 5th earth to help her cultivate, but in terms of external forces, there was also the best material in purifying impurities, the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling have seen the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid many times, and Wang Yong has also drunk a cup of filial piety from Yang Qin. However, when Yang Qin took out the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid and placed it in front of everyone, even Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, the 2 people who were not surprised, were shocked. No matter which cultivator, no matter how high their cultivation base, how broad their knowledge, after seeing a large bathtub filled with the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid suddenly appear in front of them, they would be scared like this. Chapter 889. How could there be so much? The first thought in the minds of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling was this. Then they were extremely shocked. They remembered that Yang Qin said that they could bathe with the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid if they wanted. It turned out to be true. Fortunately, the two women knew that Yang Chen's family was rich, so they were surprised and shocked, but they did not show too much shock. On the contrary, the ancestor Wang Yong next to him was very excessive. Ah! Wang Yong's whisper of exclamation and his action of standing up shocked Elder Gao Shiren and Gong Sunling's master Lu Qing next to him. Elder Gao and Lu Qing have not seen the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid, and for a while they did not think of what this was, so they were still calm. But Wang Yong's gaffe made the two of them a little uneasy. Wang Yong has seen the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid and drank a cup of Yang Chen's filial piety, but he did not expect that Yang Chen would directly take out so much stock. He was already a master of the Deshang stage, and his mind was extremely firm. But when facing a large bathtub of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid, he still couldn't keep calm. He didn't know where his many years of cultivation had gone. How could it be? It was also unbelievable, but the facts in front of him made Wang Yong believe it. This kind of good thing, which basically belonged to the legend, as long as one drop could make countless people fight for it. It was like a free bathwater in front of him. Even if Wang Yong already had the Qilin Horn Flying Sword and the Qilin Heavenly Fire, he couldn't accept it calmly in front of this kind of thing that almost surpassed the wealth of a sect. Gao Shiren and Lu Qing, the master and apprentice, really couldn't understand how so many characteristic liquids could make Wang Yong, who was already a master of the Deshang stage, lose his temper and even jump up. What is this? Although Gao Shiren looked at the color of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid, it should be a very characteristic thing. But he still did not associate the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid with the amount of such a large bathtub, and asked with some surprise, "Four Seas mysterious coral liquid?" Wang Yong almost said these 5 words one by one. After that, Gao Shiren and Lu Qing fell into a daze. They stood there dumbfounded, unable to speak or do anything. A drop could improve the grade of medicinal pills. A drop could improve the grade of magic weapons. The legendary Four Seas mysterious coral liquid. Would there be so many? Are you kidding me? Gao Shiren and Lu Qing didn't want to believe Wang Yong's words at all. But what reason did Wang Yong have to lie to them? Moreover, the characteristics of the liquid in front of the master and apprentice were exactly the same as the legendary Four Seas mysterious coral liquid. There was no difference. Is this really the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid? After a stick of incense, the two recovered from the sluggish state, but there were still doubts in their hearts. Was this really the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid? Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map did not explain too clearly to Gao Shiren and Lu Qing. It was not directly said that it was a Dragon Palace magic weapon, but it was also simply said that this was a high-level magic weapon. The spiritual power contained in it was not pure enough, and it needed to be purified at the last minute. Although the two were concerned, there was no way. It could only be completed by Gong Sunling. But after having these Four Seas mysterious coral liquid, it was completely different. As long as the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid was soaked in this Four Seas mysterious coral liquid for a long time, Gong Sunling would use her own spiritual power to finally quench it. It was completely possible to drive out the impure spiritual power and make the mountain river geographical map pure. It seems that Yang Qin has arranged everything for his beloved wife. After Gao Shiren and Lu Qing finally accepted the facts in front of them, they were completely relieved. For Gong Sunling, both of them loved her very much. Gong Sunling's life source magic weapon could be completed, and the two were naturally happy. The only thing that couldn't be relieved was that just for Gong Sunling's life source magic weapon of the Jedon stage, he used so much Four Seas mysterious coral liquid. Wasn't it a bit of a waste? It must be known that so much 4C's mysterious coral liquid was enough to make Chunyang Palace have countless elixirs and countless magic weapons. In the hearts of Gao Shiyan and Lu Qing, they naturally had another idea. Yang Chen's 5th grade alchemist master may be based on this 4C's mysterious coral liquid. It must be known that the 4C's mysterious coral liquid could balance various medicinal properties. It was a highly respected auxiliary material that was allowed to be added during alchemy. Yang Chen was young and had such a level of alchemy. It should be impossible to get rid of the help of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Yang Chen didn't care what Elder Gao and Uncle Lu thought in their hearts. The important thing now was to complete the Mountain River geographical map. Under Yang Chen's gesture, Gong Sunling unfolded all the Mountain River geographical map and immersed it in the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Not only that, Gong Sunling's whole body was picked up by Yang Chen and put into the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, and then she began to refine it with spiritual power. If outsiders saw it, they would definitely think that this was Gong Sunling taking a bath with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. In fact, it was almost the same, but at the same time as the bath, there was also the work of refining. Gong Sunling was completing the final tempering, but the others present were already in a different mind. For Yang Chen's extravagance, in addition to Gao Yu Gong Sunling, Master Ancestor Wang Yong, and Elder Gao and Uncle Lu finally had an idea. In the same way, they were more confident about the future of Chunyang Palace. Not to mention anything else. Just these 4C's mysterious coral liquid were enough to at least double the strength of the sect. If everyone had a magic treasure that could upgrade a grade, their strength would increase by more than just double. What made them the happiest was that their beloved disciples and grand disciples had found such a good home. This made them even happier than their own breakthroughs. The 4C's mysterious coral liquid really lived up to expectations. After Gong Sunling took the Mountain River geographical map and soaked it in the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, the large basin of liquid did not stop churning. Traces of spiritual power escaped from the Mountain River geographical map, and the 4C's mysterious coral liquid had a small bubble. From the outside, it looked like the 4C's mysterious coral liquid was boiling. This process lasted for almost half a year, and the boiling 4C's mysterious coral liquid slowly subsided. Without the escape of impurities, the Mountain River geographical map had become extremely pure. When Gong Sunling stopped, an almost solid dragon shadow directly flew out of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid and went straight to the sky. After flying in the air for half an incense stick of time, it slowly dissipated around. Subsequently, Gong Sunling, wrapped in the Mountain River geographical map, slowly rose from the 4C's mysterious coral liquid and slowly fell to the ground. The original scroll form of the Mountain River geographical map turned into a fitting dress in front of everyone, wrapped around Gong Sunling. Chapter 890. Looking at this scene of Gong Sunling, everyone was happy. But at this time, Yang Qin did something that everyone couldn't imagine. He actually summoned dozens of flying swords directly from the Qinquan bag and attacked Gong Sunling. The smiling expression on Gong Sunling's face did not change at all, and she did not even move her feet, but there was a light mist around her body. This light mist seemed very thin, as if it could be seen through at a glance. But Yang Chen's dozens of flying swords slashed over and fell into the light mist, but they all fell into the air. Dozens of flying swords did not hit the real thing, as if Gong Sunling in the light mist had no body. A group of flying swords flew out of the light mist, circled around, and once again went to kill Gong Sunling. This time, Gong Sunling seemed to have changed her strategy and withdrew the light mist. The flying sword controlled by Yang Qin slashed firmly on Gong Sunling's body. Pooh, pooh, pooh! A series of dull sounds rang. Gong Sunling's delicate body did not change in the slightest, but the flying swords that cut her body seemed to have been cut on a tough ball full of gas, and they were bounced back. This time, Yang Chen did not continue to experiment, but recalled all the flying swords. However, the scene just now had made everyone understand the strength of Gong Sunling's defense. As for the means of attack, the Mountain River geographical map could be used almost all the Jiran stage masters at the same level as Gong Sunling. Their spiritual awareness was not as strong as Gong Sunling, and they could basically be collected by Gong Sunling. Even some masters in the early and middle Yuanying stage, under the powerful power of the Mountain River geographical map, could only be defeated. The treasures of the Dragon Clan, the things that were willing to be stored in the treasure house, were not simple. On this point, Yang Chen firmly believed. Now he was just afraid that the Mountain River geographical map was too important, so he did not tell everything to Gao, Shiyan, and Lu Qing. Otherwise, Yang Chen could demonstrate the attack of the Mountain River geographical map on the spot. Other than Yang Chen and Wang Yong, no one else would be able to escape from the illusory realm. Let me see what the picture has become. Yang Chen excitedly asked Gong Sunling for the picture to have a closer look. Of course, Gong Sunling would not refuse. The geographical map of the mountains and rivers, which had just turned into a gorgeous dress, returned to its original shape and was handed over to Yang Chen. Compared with before, the current Mountain River geographical map was a little more spiritual, perhaps because it had a master. Opening the scroll, Yang Chen immediately saw a lot more things in the center of the scroll. Originally, it was just a small dot including the entire East China Sea, but now it was a palm-sized black, including the Central Plains Dao Sex, the South China Sea, and a large part of the monster race. In addition, there were many territories of the demon sex. In addition, some places that Gong Sunling had deliberately run before, the area was several times more than the original. With a nod, Yang Chen returned the Mountain River geographical map to Gong Sunling. Gao Shiyan and Lu Qing both took a look at it like Yang Chen, but they could not see any clues. They only knew that this magic weapon was extremely powerful. Of course, Wang Yong would not miss this opportunity. As soon as the Mountain River geographical map was in his hands, Wang Yong understood what material it was. He couldn't help but give Yang Chen a slightly surprised look, but with Gao Yu's water and fire dragon horns first, this dragon skin map did not make Wang Yong lose his composure again. The refining method of the dragon race was undoubtedly shown on this Mountain River geographical map, and it also gave Wang Yong some inspiration to refine the dragon race materials. It was also a great help to help Gao Yu refine the dragon horn flying sword in the future. Finally, everyone had seen the Mountain River geographical map. After everyone congratulated Gong Sunling, everyone's eyes were focused on the large basin of 4 seas mysterious coral liquid. Master Ancestor, Uncle Master Lu, although some of these 4 seas mysterious coral liquids have been consumed, they can still come in handy. Yang Chen certainly knew how to deal with it. In fact, before he took it out, he had already thought about how to deal with it. If you don't mind, this disciple wants to hand these over to Uncle Master Lu and Uncle Master Lu to deal with. I also ask the 2 elders not to decline. Where would Gao Shiyan and Lu Qing still think of declining? They have been smashed by the big pie falling from the sky and almost fainted. So many 4 seas mysterious coral liquids were actually handed over to them like this. Although Gong Sunling has already used it, who would care? With these 4 seas mysterious coral liquids, whether it was Elder Gao or Lu Qing, they could definitely use it to expel the impurities in their bodies. Elder Gao may be able to enter the peak middle Yuanying stage. As for Lu Qing, he was at the peak Jiran stage. Taking this opportunity to expel the impurities in his body, and then using the 2nd grade inner sensing pill, he may be able to cross his tribulation and form his nascent soul. With the protection of Thunder Pomegranate, the success rate of forming his nascent soul was almost more than 90%. But after all, the 2 still did not dare to accept it all. But after each took a large cup, they handed the 4 seas mysterious coral liquid to the sect. Anyway, that large cup was enough for them to use. If the sect got these 4C's mysterious coral liquids, it could also increase a lot of masters. The strength of the sect would improve, and the resources would increase correspondingly, which would be more beneficial to their future cultivation. This was a benign promotion process. The head of the palace and other elders did not expect that they would suddenly receive such a big gift. In addition to being pleasantly surprised, they praised Yang Chen's good luck for being able to collect the 1,000-year-old mysterious coral. In this way, the number of people in Chunyang Palace who crossed their tribulation and formed their nascent soul would become more and more stunning in the days to come. Increasing the number of Yuanying stage people needed to be careful, but there's no such thing as their own Jiedan stage disciples crossing their tribulation and forming their nascent soul. Anyway, there was Yang Qin, a master of alchemy, so what if there were more people in Chunyang Palace crossing their tribulation and forming their nascent soul? The more disciples who became Yuanying stage disciples, the better the Chunyang Palace's second-grade inner sensing pill would sell, and the more popular the Thunder Pomegranate would be in the future. At least until the other sect's alchemy masters studied the refining method of the second-grade inner sensing pill. This benefit would be taken by Chunyang Palace, and the more disciples formed their nascent soul, the stronger the strength of Chunyang Palace would be. Here, the high-level members of Chunyang Palace were happily racking their brains to think about how to distribute this large basin of 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Over there, the Taishamen were discussing the possibility of buying the pill recipe from Yang Qin. Last time, Yang Qin did say that the pill recipe could be exchanged with fire seeds. An elder of Taishamen who had experienced the old events of that year and was on the scene confirmed Yang Chen's statement at that time. So Yang Qin can even sell the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill. Then the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill should also be sold. Mao Qi's judgment, coupled with the affirmation of the elder, made a core elder have a new judgment on Yang Qin. Chapter 891. In the past, this kid dared to offer the price of a 7th-grade fire seed. It seems that it was premeditated. The elder next to him echoed, if the sect can get the pill recipes of the questioning inner heart pill and the heaven-seizing pill, it is not impossible to consider. There is no need to say what the questioning inner heart pill meant. Over the years, there have been 3 more masters of the Deshang stage, all of whom were from the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, which has caused a lot of pressure on the Taishamen. At this time, the Taishamen were focused on getting the spirit congealing pill from Yang Qin. In terms of the questioning inner heart pill, they naturally fell behind a lot. Although in the long run, this was beneficial to the Taishamen. With the guidance of the predecessors in the spiritual world and the immortal world, the Taishamen would dominate the world in the future. But at present, they had to face the reality that the first position of the Tao sects was in jeopardy. But if there was the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, it was another matter. Instead of spending a huge price to let Yang Chen refine the medicinal pill, it was better to master this refining method. It was 2 different things to have the core technology in hand and to buy it from others. It was better to solve the problem fundamentally than to keep buying it out and be held by others. The materials of the heaven-seizing pill are scarce. We don't have to consider it for the time being. The sect master and several elders communicated a little and felt that the plan to buy the pill recipe was feasible. However, the sect still had 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds, but they had to weigh it. Yang Qin could even sell the spirit congealing pill for a 7th-grade fire seed. The price of questioning inner heart pill recipe would definitely not be too low. Hall Master Mao, please go to Chunyang Palace again. Sect Master Li directly ordered at the elders' meeting, together with Elder Hu, take 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds directly to talk to Yang Qin. See if you can buy the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill and the heaven-seizing pill. If you can only buy one kind, buy the questioning inner heart pill. If you can buy it back, Hall Master Mao, you will be the first one. Mao Qi could be considered to be proud and elated this time. The last time he messed up the deal, he was scolded by the sect's higher-ups. Now he finally had a chance to turn things around. Not to mention that sect master Li had asked him to handle this matter. Even if he didn't have to do it himself, the credit for this proposal would still belong to him. Naturally, Pavilion Master Mao's complexion was different from before. Elder Hu, on the other hand, seemed a little unhappy because he might have to face Yang Qin again. Even though Yang Qin had concocted pills to treat his injuries, Elder Hu was not grateful to Yang Qin. The sect paid a high price for this, so that Elder Hu had no choice but to obey sect master Li and the others. In the eyes of Elder Hu, he was a senior elder of the Taishaman, a master of the Deshang stage. Yang Chen should take the initiative to do a favor and send the medicinal pill to his door to win his favor. Yang Chen was good. He even used this to blackmail and let Elder Hu pay a lot of price. How could this not make Elder Hu unhappy with Yang Qin? This time, Elder Hu made up his mind to never appear in front of Yang Qin again. He escorted the things to the place and let Mao Qi negotiate by himself. Anyway, Elder Hu did not intend to get involved again. Elder Hu was able to get Yang Chen's 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill first, but he paid a high price, which also weakened his strength in the sect a lot. However, Elder Hu was not without a way to deal with it. No one knew that the last time he tested the authenticity of the spirit congealing pill recipe, he had already firmly remembered the pill recipe in his mind. Outside the sect, Elder Hu also secretly ran a small force which had a good alchemist. After this opportunity to get the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, Elder Hu decided to let the alchemist refine it. As long as he had the questioning inner heart pill in his hands, everything would not be a problem. As for waiting for the sect to refine it and distribute it, the feeling of being controlled by others, how could it be better than holding the questioning inner heart pill in his hands? Of course, Mao Qi could not know Elder Hu's thoughts. Mao Qi rushed to Chunyang Palace, excitedly all the way, but he caught up with Yang Qin, who was guarding Gong Sunling. Hall, Master Mao has been waiting patiently for Yang Qin to come out again. And then he sat with Yang Qin again. Senior Mao is a frequent visitor. Yang Qin poured a cup of fragrant tea for Mao Qi, which was also a treat for the Taishaman Foreign Affairs Hall Master, who had brought him countless benefits. I don't know what you want this time. Let's not talk nonsense. I just want to ask. Mao Qi and Yang Qin had dealt with each other several times, and he also knew Yang Qin's character. He went straight to the point. The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill and the heaven-seizing pill are you selling? Sell. Hearing Mao Qi's question, Yang Chen was very stunned, but then he immediately returned to normal and directly gave Mao Qi a heart-stirring answer. As long as the price is right, it's negotiable. On Mao Qi's face, a smile suddenly bloomed like a flower. He now liked the young man in front of him too much, although the sect did not seem to deal with him, and failed to let Yang Qin join them several times, and even had the intention to kill him and put it into action. But this did not hinder Mao Qi's love for Yang Qin. Where could he find this kind of person who could trade as long as the price was right? There were many people who were tempted in their minds, but they said that wealth and honor could not be corrupted and poverty could not be moved. Compared with Yang Qin, Yang Chen was 10,000 times more lovely than them. So what if the price was high? It was an exclusive business, and it was normal for the price to be high. Anyway, Mao Qi asked himself if it was him, and Yang Qin came to the door. If he wanted to sell, he would be more ruthless than Yang Qin. If the world was full of people like Yang Qin, there would be no disputes, and anything could be exchanged for a high enough price. In terms of resources, Taishaman would not be inferior to any sect. Mao Qi should be rich. This was the real thought in Mao Qi's mind. After going back, he must suggest to the sect to keep Yang Chen's life. In the future, if the sect wanted any medicinal pills, a 5th-grade alchemist was definitely the first choice. You name a price. Mao Qi directly handed the bamboo pole to Yang Qin again. As long as it's not too excessive, everything is negotiable. Senior Mao is really a straightforward person. Yang Chen's eyes almost narrowed. He almost saw that the treasure house of Taishimen had opened the door to him. This younger generation junior is honest in doing business. The method of harmonizing the heaven-seizing pill has been said before. A 7th-grade fire seed will never be changed. Yang Chen even spoke with a smile in his tone, which made people too happy. The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. 2 7th-grade fire seeds. Is it too much? It's not too much. It's not too much at all. Mao Qi's head shook like a rattle. This price was almost the lowest he could think of. Yang Chen was also very kind and did not increase the price of the heaven-seizing pill, which was already giving him a lot of face. When he thought that he would soon get the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, even if Mao Qi was a yuanying stage master, he couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. Chapter 892. Yang Chen's heart was full of doubts. What was wrong with the Taishimen these few times? Was it a sense of accomplishment to give Yang Chen a 7th-grade fire seed? Or were there so many 7th-grade fire seeds in Taishimen that they had to be such a spendthrift? It stands to reason that Grandmaster's offer is not outrageous. With the instructions of Sect Master Li before leaving, Mao Qi certainly knew that his 2 7th-grade fire seeds could only buy the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. However, Mao Qi still wanted to fight for it and get the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill. It's just that my sect doesn't have so many 7th-grade fire seeds. I don't know if I can exchange it for something else. Senior Mao, just say it. It's not that it can't be discussed. Yang Chen also didn't have the slightest intention of saying nothing and calmly asked, You and I have traded many times, and it can be regarded as a small friendship. Everything can be discussed. To tell the truth, my sect now only has 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds on hand. Mao Qi was not afraid that Yang Chen would make waves after knowing it. Instead, he directly said his difficulties. According to reason, I can only buy the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. However, this old man is a little greedy. I also want this heaven-seizing pill. Well, if there is no 7th-grade fire seed, you can exchange it with other things. This junior doesn't care. Yang Chen smiled and said, The two seem to be business partners for many years. Very natural. You said that a method of reconciliation can be exchanged with a low-grade fire seed. I don't know if all the methods of reconciliation can be exchanged with low-grade fire seeds. Mao Qi was determined to take the treasures of the Taishimen in exchange for his own credit. He didn't mind revealing how much news to Yang Chen. A 7th-grade fire seed. How about it be converted into 10 6th-grade fire seeds? If it's someone else, naturally it won't work. Yang Chen gave Mao Qi enough face, but since Senior Mao has spoken, I have to give face anyway, deal. Without waiting for Mao Qi to respond ecstatically, Yang Chen said in front of him, However, I have to say something first. Please don't mind. Just say it. Mao Qi thought that there were some changes. His face changed slightly and he extended his hand. Since the predecessor wants to buy the questioning inner heart pill, this heaven-seizing pill, in fact, it doesn't matter if you buy it or not. At this moment, Yang Chen had a posture of thinking for Mao Qi and patiently guided. Moreover, the materials of this heaven-seizing pill are very rare. Why does Senior need to spend this money? It's all right, it's all right. When Mao Qi heard that Yang Chen was talking about this, he relaxed for a while and was no longer nervous. What he was most afraid of was that Yang Chen would not agree. Not that Yang Chen did not offer a price. Questioning inner heart pill has its own advantages. Heaven-seizing pill has its own advantages. There will always be people who can use it. What Yang Chen said was indeed reasonable. Anyway, as long as he cultivated to the Deshang stage, if his aptitude was good enough, he could naturally cultivate to the peak Deshang stage and cross his tribulation and ascend. With the help of the questioning inner heart pill, the possibility of ascension has increased a lot, but he really doesn't need the heaven-seizing pill. But Mao Qi had other ideas. The young sect master Li Lihing's spiritual power cultivation base was not very good. But if he cultivated the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, He would definitely be the best candidate for the sect master in the future. At that time, this heaven-seizing pill would be prepared for Li Lihing in advance. Even when sect master Li and several core elders decided to buy the heaven-seizing pill, it was estimated that it was for this purpose. He could please the current sect master and core elders, and at the same time he could also please the future sect master, who would use the resources of the sect and get Mao Qi's own favor. Of course, this deal was very feasible. At this moment, to be honest, Yang Chen's happiness was definitely more than Mao Qi's. It could even be said that he was ecstatic and overjoyed. In such a short time, the transaction of 2 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds and 10 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds was settled, and the other party only got a pill recipe that he couldn't refine and a pill recipe with scarce materials. This deal was definitely a big profit. Sometimes, Yang Chen even had an unreal feeling. Sitting at home, could such a good thing fall from the sky? He originally set a small trap for the Taishaman to make them suffer heavy losses. He didn't expect that the Taishaman would take the initiative to increase the price. Whether it was the Taishaman's high-level collective brain cramps or Mao Qi's madness. In short, since the other party was so cooperative, if Yang Chen still refused, it would be too unreasonable. The transaction that would make countless people go crazy was settled with these few sentences. The process was so simple that it made people's hair stand on end, but the content of the transaction was enough to make everyone jump in anger. Mao Qi must have made a great contribution this time. The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill and the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill were obtained at the same time. For the Taishaman, it was like adding wings to a tiger. So what if the Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island has the questioning inner heart pill? My Taishaman have the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. However, Yang Chen's decision was unanimously opposed by the head of the palace and the elders. The questioning inner heart pill was now the biggest reliance for the rise of the Chunyang Palace. If it was handed over to the Taishaman, it would not be destroying their own foundation, which was absolutely unacceptable. The transaction between Yang Chen and the Taishaman was absolutely inseparable from the Chunyang Palace. The high-level members of the Pure Yang Palace objected like this, and Mao Qi was a little anxious. The real trouble had been solved here. On the contrary, it was the high-level members of the Pure Yang Palace who were stuck in the side branches. How could Mao Qi not be annoyed? In the eyes of Mao Qi, these guys were more greedy than the other. In the past, the small sect had never seen good things. Now there was a chance. When he saw that Yang Chen's disciple had a lot of harvest, he couldn't help but jump out and want to take a bite. To deal with this kind of country bumpkin who had never seen the world, the Taishaman had many ways. Mao Qi had dealt with more than 1 or 2 of them. The high level of the Pure Yang Palace was nothing more than wanting benefits. The 7th grade fire seed had already been taken out. Did they still care about other goods? The performance of the palace master and the elders also confirmed Mao Qi's judgment. It was not good to let everyone pass, but it was always okay to break them one by one, right? Therefore, when Hall Master Mao visited several elders and sent valuable gifts, there was almost no opposition at the sect's meeting in Chunyang Palace. However, the Taishaman still gave Chunyang Palace a benefit for this. This was a transaction between the sect and could not be avoided. With all kinds of contempt, Hall Master Mao first traded the questioning inner heart pill recipe and 2 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds with Yang Chen. After Yang Chen made a heart oath, Hall Master Mao and elder who both checked the authenticity of the pill recipe, the people of Taishaman returned to Taishaman with a satisfied mood to take 10 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds to complete the exchange of the heaven-seizing pill recipe. When Mao Qi and Hu Qianni left, the head of the palace and the elders gathered together. Together with Yang Chen, everyone began to exchange what kind of gifts Mao Qi had given in order to buy them. Laughter and laughter lingered in the ears. Chapter 893. Yang Chen said that even if the pill recipe was given to Taishaman, the alchemists of Taishaman would not be able to refine it. For this point, the high-level officials of Chunyang Palace were convinced. The medicinal pills that could be refined by a fifth-grade alchemist were by no means something that any alchemist below this realm could refine. Now the people in Chunyang Palace just had to wait quietly for the passage of time, and then the Taishaman would come to their door again. The original 1 share of benefits had now become 2.5 shares. Thinking about it made people happy. As for taking the things of Taishaman, no one in the high-level officials had this idea. From the beginning of the design of Chunyang Palace by Taishaman, they were already enemies of life and death. How could they care about this much? Mao Qi rushed back with the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, and Elder Hu Qinyi also escorted him all the way back to Taishaman. After Mao Qi reported the transaction, a group of elders of the medicinal hall took the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill and carefully studied it. Mao Qi took 10 kinds of 6th-grade fire seeds and once again set foot on the road to Chunyang Palace. There was no doubt that this time Mao Qi had definitely made a great contribution. The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill had made him erase all the previous mistakes. Next, Mao Qi's status in the sect would definitely rise. Not to mention, Mao Qi also got Yang Chen's promise to exchange 10 kinds of 6th-grade fire seeds for the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill. The spirit congealing pill and the questioning inner heart pill could not be said now, but the heaven-seizing pill could definitely be refined by the medicinal hall of Taishaman. At that time, Elder Wu Xiong only relied on 3 third-grade alchemists in the Yuanying stage to complete the initial refining. In the end, it was just Yang Chen who neutralized the medicinal properties with those blended powders. Even without the questioning inner heart pill, this heaven-seizing pill could definitely make a master of the Deshang stage transcend the tribulation and ascend. Elder Wu Xiong was proof. The senior members of the greatest heaven sect rejoiced. With these pill recipes, the greatest heaven sect could no longer look at the face of the pure Yang Palace. They didn't have to beg Yang Chen in a low voice. Maybe they would even step on Yang Chen under their feet. This feeling of pride was the momentum that the disciples of the greatest heaven sect should have. Several of the best alchemists in the pill congealing hall had already begun refining. After returning and obtaining the pill formula, many people came to a sudden realization. So that was how it was. No wonder they had not been able to study it thoroughly before. Everyone agreed that there was absolutely no problem with the pill formula of this spirit congealing pill. It was in line with various pharmacology, and the formula was extremely brilliant. However, there were 2 things that were extremely troublesome. First, it is impossible to refine the spirit congealing pill with 1 kind of fire seed. At least 4 kinds of fire seeds are needed for the initial formation. Moreover, the higher the level of the fire seed, the better the medicinal effect. This was one of the reasons why Yang Chen would ask for a variety of fire seeds in exchange for medicinal pills. Another trouble was the final process of collecting the pill. The technique was mysterious and complicated, and it required multiple distractions to achieve the goal. From a unilateral point of view, at least 8 aspects must be taken care of at the same time. Now, most alchemists seem to be able to do 2 or 3 things at most, but it was not easy to take care of more thoughts. These 2 conditions, for the time being, were not met by the masters of Taishaman's alchemy. When everyone cultivates, they all choose the most suitable fire seed to cultivate and control multiple fire seeds at the same time. Once they affect each other, they may be in danger of being burned by the fire seed. Similarly, to collect the pill and deal with 8 aspects at the same time was not something that the masters of Taishaman could do. Originally, the high-level officials thought that after reaching this conclusion, everyone would have to ask Yang Chen for help. But the master of the medicinal hall gave a solution that was a multi-person joint refining. The spirit congealing pill required 4 kinds of fire seeds to be refined at the same time, so 4 alchemists would be used, each with 1 kind of fire seed. As long as the 4 people cooperated with each other, there was a possibility of success. Of course, it was the same when collecting the pill. It was necessary to take care of 8 aspects and play 8 spirit arts at the same time to collect the pill. So each of the 4 people only needed to play 2, and it could be solved perfectly. Now the only thing to worry about was the cooperation of the 4 alchemists. But he believed that as long as everyone practiced for a period of time, they could solve this problem. For the proposal of the medicinal hall master, the high-level officials of Taishimen were happy to agree. It was definitely better to master the refining techniques of their own alchemists than to rely on Yangqin again and again. It was precisely because of the breakthrough in the refining of the spirit congealing pill that Taishimen were completely determined to get the pill recipes of the questioning inner heart pill and the heaven seizing pill. Now that the questioning inner heart pill recipe has been in hand, Sect Master Li seems to have seen the scene of Taishimen dominating the world. With the questioning inner heart pill and Li Liheng's double insurance, it was impossible for Taishimen not to dominate. While the high-level officials of Taishimen were excited, Elder Huchini had other plans. As a disciple of Taishimen, of course, he was happy for Taishimen to dominate the world. However, if he was inside Taishimen, he definitely hoped that his status would be higher. He was already in the Deshang stage. According to reason, as long as he concentrated on his cultivation, he could naturally achieve ascension. However, Elder Hu obviously still had selfish motives. A large number of his disciples and grandchildren were suppressed and bullied because of his injuries. He couldn't swallow this. Moreover, in order to fight for that 5th-grade medicinal pill, he paid a great price. As a beneficiary of the medicinal pill, he had to consider more for these disciples and grandchildren. Casually finding a reason, Elder Hu did not follow Mao Qi again, but went to another place. As a Deshang stage elder, the sect would never stop the elder from going out to do some private affairs. In a remote area, Elder Hu's figure and appearance underwent some changes. Then he slowly turned in another direction and entered a small school with a little bit of fame. Of course, there were only 2 Yuanying stage masters in this sect, but one of them was an alchemist master. This sect was secretly supported by Elder Hu and did not use any resources of the sect. It was purely the result of his own pocket. The people inside were also loyal to him, the great elder who couldn't be seen. This is the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. Elder Hu gave the pill recipe that he forcibly memorized to the alchemist master named Zhu Shiyuan in the secret room. You pick it up and study it, see if you can refine it. Questioning inner heart pill. Zhu Shiyuan was shocked. Then he took the jade slip that recorded the pill recipe with surprise and asked in disbelief, Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pill. The questioning inner heart pill had now been branded with the name of Yang Chen, and the whole world knew it. Speaking of the questioning inner heart pill, everyone was talking about Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pill. Nodding silently, Huchini did not speak. There was only one questioning inner heart pill. There was no other branch. It must be Yang Chen's. This disciple has recently made a friend. He knows some secrets of Yang Chen. Zhu Shiyuan suddenly reported to Huchini, I don't know if the great elder wants to know. Chapter 894. Yang Chen's Secret. Huchini turned his eyes and asked Zhu Shiyuan, what kind of secret? The secret of alchemy. Zhu Shiyuan immediately replied, that friend said that he knows why Yang Chen can become a 5th-grade alchemist, and why he knows so many elixir recipes that ordinary people don't know. Oh, Huchini immediately took it seriously. How was it possible that someone knew the secret of Yang Chen's alchemy? Everyone knew that Yang Chen must have some secret of alchemy, but no one knew what it was or which inheritance it came from. Chunyang Palace did not have a senior alchemist since the beginning of the ancestors, so it was definitely not the inheritance of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen liked to collect some miscellaneous books, which became a well-known thing. He must have obtained the alchemy secrets from a certain miscellaneous book. Someone actually knew the secret of Yang Chen. This was a big deal. Huchini also got up and asked, what is the secret? He refused to say. Zhu Shiyuan reported helplessly. He will only say it if you agree to his conditions and swear by your heart demon. What conditions? Hu Qianni asked with a frown. He was most annoyed by this kind of person who always asked for conditions. Obediently hand over the things. Could it be that you won't get any benefits? People who stayed in Taishimen for a long time naturally had a domineering idea. Unless we swear to deal with Yang Qin together, and he wants to make a copy of Yang Chen's alchemy secrets, he will not hand over the secret. Zhu Xian said quickly, but he also promised that as long as he can kill Yang Qin and get the thing on Yang Qin, he can also make his disciple a 5th-grade alchemist. That thing. Hu Qianni's eyes suddenly lit up. It was amazing that Yang Qin became a 5th-grade alchemist. How could there be a 5th-grade alchemist in this world? If he relied on a certain magic weapon, it could be explained. Once this thing falls into his hands, it means that he can also create a 5th-grade alchemist. Zhu Shiyuan was loyal to Hu Qianni. At that time, as long as he promoted Zhu Shiyuan, let Zhu Shiyuan become a 5th-grade alchemist, and then pulled him to the Taishimen, the entire Taishimen who could compete with him. Having made up his mind, Hu Qianni nodded slightly and ordered Zhu Shiyuan, "Where is your friend? Go find him." Zhu Shiyuan agreed and left quickly. In less than a day, he brought a person to Hu Qianni. If Yang Chen was there, he would definitely recognize that the person Zhu Shiyuan brought was Gao Jing, who was refining elixir when he collected the medicine nourishing gourd. He was scared away by Yang Chen after he killed a few people and never appeared again. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. After Gao Jing followed, he was very respectful to Hu Qianni. He has been told by Zhu Shiyuan, and naturally he was very respectful, especially after knowing that Hu Qianni was a master of the Deshang stage. He felt that he had great confidence in dealing with Yang Qin this time. This old man swears by my heart I can help you deal with Yang Qin. Hu Qianni stared at Gao Jing for a while, and when Gao Jing was a little restless, Hu Qianni said. As soon as he opened his mouth, he went straight to the topic, which made Gao Jing surprised and happy. A master of the Deshang stage was willing to help, which was unimaginable for Gao Jing in the past. He had already talked about this matter with a few familiar friends. But when those friends heard that it was to deal with Yang Qin, they all shook their heads like a rattle drum and kept a respectful distance from him, for fear of being contaminated with his bad luck. Gao Jing also knew that the major sex killing of the personality who dared to hit Yang Qin had already scared these people. But Gao Jing was really unwilling. He finally found the perfect place for alchemy, but he was scared away by Yang Qin. When he went back later, he found that the mountain had disappeared. From the outline of the disappeared mountain, Gao Jing saw that it should be a gourd. Soon after, the news that Yang Qin had become a 5th-grade alchemist master came out. At first, Gao Jing didn't know that it was Yang Qin. Later, with the help of a familiar friend, he got a portrait of Yang Qin. Only then did he know that Yang Qin, who took the gourd, was the recently popular 5th-grade alchemist master Yang Qin. A 5th-grade alchemist master, a magic gourd that could improve the success rate of alchemy if there was no connection. Gao Jing would not believe it. When he thought that he had found the place first, but was driven away by Yang Qin, and then the gourd was snatched away, Gao Jing was full of anger. Originally, it should have been him who became a 5th-grade alchemist master. Now it was easy for the younger generation junior to take advantage of it, and he also made himself run away in embarrassment. The questioning inner heart pill was made by Yang Qin a long time ago. It was certain that Yang Qin must have some pill recipes, but the alchemy technique was not something that a Jiedon stage junior could promote to the 5th grade by himself. It must be related to the magic gourd. Gao Jing himself knew that if he united the masters and finally succeeded in dealing with Yang Qin, he would not be able to get the gourd. But Yang Chen's pill recipe secret book could be used as an idea. As long as he made a copy, the masters who got the magic gourd would not mind such a small request. Hu Qianni directly swore to Gao Jing's heart demon, and he was also a master of the Deshang stage, which showed that Huchini had the intention to deal with Yangqin. This was exactly what Gao Jing wanted. He couldn't wait for someone to share his hatred against the enemy and deal with the guy who several major sect had to protect. Seeing Huchini swear, Gao Jing couldn't wait to tell what he had experienced personally. Huchini and Zhu Shiyuan, who listened carefully next to him, became more and more focused and did not make any sound during the whole process. Is this true? When Gao Jing finished, Huchini raised his head and asked, "This younger generation junior swears by Heart Demon it is absolutely true." In order to show his sincerity, Gao Jing immediately raised his right hand and made a poison oath. Gao Jing dared to swear by his heart demon. This matter could certainly not be far from the truth. Moreover, when Gao Jing was talking, Huchini had been staring at Gao Jing's performance with his spiritual awareness. Any lie would always have some clues of guilt, but from beginning to end, Gao Jing did not show any signs of lying. Combining the two, this thing was definitely not a fiction made up by Gao Jing. A magic gourd that could improve the success rate of alchemy outside, if it was obtained. What effect would it have on the alchemy master? There was almost no need to guess too much. The reason why Yangqin could become a 5th grade alchemy master was simply obvious. This kind of good thing, how could Yangqin, a little Jedon stage junior, have it? Chapter 895. To deal with Yangqin, the risk to take now was not small. Including Taishimin, they have all sent a note to the outside world. If they dared to deal with Yangqin, it was a dead end. But Huchini didn't care. He was the great elder of Taishimin. Could it be that the Taishimin still dared to sanction him? Other sect, even the Green Jade Immortal Island, Blue Cloud sect, Five Elements sect, and Chinkuan sect, would they dare to blatantly deal with him, the elder of Taishimin? The innate advantage of his identity allowed Huchini to ignore the threat of several major sects to a large extent. Moreover, as long as Yangqin was successfully killed and the thing was obtained, the 5th grade alchemist master could immediately make another one and bring Zhu Shiyuan to join Taishimin. Wouldn't those people still have to look at the face of Taishimin? This was something that would not only elevate his own status, but would also benefit the sect. Whether it was emotional or personal, Huchini had no reason to stand idly by. However, all of this was based on the successful killing of Yangqin and the successful obtaining of the medicine refining gourd. Otherwise, even if it was the sect, it must give an explanation to the outside world. Only if the sect could have the key to hold the lifeline of other major sects would they support Huchini. It was not so easy to deal with Yangqin. At least during this period of time, it was not easy. Chunyang Palace wanted to prepare for Yangqin's wedding. Yangqin had been hiding in Chunyang Palace and did not go out. There was basically no chance to make a move. Unless they immediately fell out with Chunyang Palace and directly went to the door, no matter who made a move against Yangqin, they would be the target of the joint efforts of several major sects at this moment. Before getting Yangqin's medicine refining gourd, even Huchini did not have the confidence to bear such consequences. Fortunately, Yangqin was a playboy. He wanted to marry 4 women at once, which gave Huchini an opportunity. Dealing with the people around Yangqin, especially the woman he loved, seemed to be able to force Yangqin to submit. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were both in the sect with Yangqin. Dealing with them was just like dealing with Yangqin, which was unrealistic. However, Yangqin still has 2 fiancés, one in the Green Jade Immortal Island and the other in the Blue Cloud sect, and these 2 women seemed to like to go out alone. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxiwei were both from prestigious sections. Their talents were outstanding, and their cultivation progress was tremendous. With the protection of the sect, when the 2 girls went out, no one dared to do anything to them. Anyone must think of the consequences of offending the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, and at the same time bear the huge risk of offending Yangqin. But because of this, Huchini would be given a chance. Others would never think that someone would dare to do anything to the 2 women. Even the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect would not expect it. The two little girls in the Jedon stage, in front of Hu Qianyi, a master of the Deshang stage, really had no resistance. As long as Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were restrained, even if it was either of them, Yang Chen would have to listen to Hu Qianyi's command. For these two fiancés, Yang Chen was said to be very fond of them, especially with another layer of relationship. The two women were related to the cooperation between Chunyang Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, and Yang Chen had to pay attention to it. Once something happened to the two women, Yang Chen would have to bear the anger of the two sect. This kind of talented disciple was a treasure in any sect. If Yang Chen didn't want anything to happen to the two women, he could only be obedient. Even Hu Qianyi had already planned that as long as Yang Chen was obedient, he didn't mind letting his former savior live. His goal was Yang Chen's alchemy secrets and the medicine refining gourd. Without these, Yang Chen, a small Jedon stage junior, was insignificant. At that time, maybe Chunyang Palace would give up on Yang Chen and let him taste the fate of being deserted. Of course, Hu Qianyi had Hu Qianyi's resources. The whereabouts of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. He immediately sent people to inquire about it. Hu Qianyi himself, together with Zhu Shiyuan and Gao Jing, began to plan how to deal with the two women. Finally, they would capture them alive. If it was a last resort, they could only kill them. Yang Chen was happy at the moment. Hall Master Mao Qi was really straightforward. In just a few months, he ran back and forth from Chunyang Palace to Taishimen. This time, Hall Master Mao personally brought 10 kinds of 6th-grade fire seeds to exchange with Yang Chen for the method of harmonizing the monster's core. Until now, Yang Chen has not admitted that what he sold was the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill. It was a matter of reputation. Yang Chen did not want to bear the reputation of taking away the pill recipe of the Xiang family, but Mao Qi obviously didn't think so. In his opinion, the pill recipe combination of this monster core should be part of the questioning inner heart pill. Otherwise, what kind of medicinal pill could be refined by the monster core of the Deshang stage? However, since Yang Chen insisted, Mao Qi would not stubbornly say that this was the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill. Everyone was a cultivator, and they had a tacit understanding. Anyway, the result of the transaction would not change. Why bother about such a small thing? In the next few months, Yang Chen made 3 vows with his heart demon, each time to prove that his pill recipe was true. In this regard, Yang Chen has always had no regrets. Wherever he went, he could confidently say that what he gave was the real pill recipe. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Yang Chen did not worry that this heart demon oath would come true. After sending away Hall Master Mao Qi, Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised by his gains in the past few months. 3 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds and 10 kinds of 6th-grade fire seeds were obtained so easily that Yang Chen couldn't believe it. If these fire seeds were not stored in Yang Chen's merit ring and could be seen and touched at any time, Yang Chen would suspect that he was dreaming. In his previous life, when he wanted a 5th-grade fire seed, Yang Chen almost lost his life. Now, in the eyes of Yang Chen, the 5th-grade fire seed was no longer a rare thing. At most, it was a precious item worth a little spirit stone. In his previous life, Yang Chen achieved the realm of great principal golden immortal by relying on a 5th-grade fire seed, true sun fire. In this life, he already had 4 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds and more than a dozen kinds of 6th-grade fire seeds. One day, when all these fire seeds were integrated into the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, Yang Chen's development potential would be so great that even Yang Chen himself couldn't imagine it. In a few years, he would get married. After marriage, he would double cultivate the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art with several beautiful wives, and then perfect the great yin and yang 5 elements flying sword. Was there any place in this world that Yang Chen couldn't go? Even Yang Chen, who already had the memory of a great, principal golden immortal, couldn't help but get excited. When the great yin and yang five elements flying sword was gathered and the great yin and yang five elements secret art was completed, it was time to find the Taishaman to settle accounts. The painful experiences experienced in his previous life must be resolved by the Taishaman with the end of extermination. Just when Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen were busy preparing for Yang Chen's marriage, bad news suddenly came. Two of Yang Chen's fiancés, the Cold Plum Fairy Shanshan of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Dancing Snow Fairy Sun Qingxue of the Blue Cloud Sect, had an accident on their way back to the sect to get married. Chapter 896. The news was not from the Blue Cloud Sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island that Yang Chen was familiar with, but a Yuanying stage ancestor that he had never seen before. He claimed to be Zhu Shiyuan, a rogue cultivator, and he sent a jade slip with some news and disappeared without a trace. The Chunyang Palace reception disciple who received the jade slip did not dare to neglect, and did not dare to say whether the matter was true or false, and hurriedly sent it to the hands of the palace master. The palace master was also shocked, and quickly called Yang Chen and gave him the jade slip. The information on the jade slip was very simple. It told Yang Chen that his two fiancés, Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, had fallen into the hands of the other party, and Yang Chen had to take his own alchemy secrets and rush to a certain place before a certain time to exchange them. There was no signature, and there was no evidence, just a simple jade slip. However, no one dared to take this lightly. Not to mention the identity of Yang Chen's fiancée. The two women were the leaders of the younger generation of the Blue Cloud Sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. In the future, they would be the core masters of the sect. If they were kidnapped, this was a big deal. The only thing that was somewhat puzzling was that the other party did not have any evidence, and just sent such a jade slip, making it difficult to distinguish the authenticity. If he really went according to the other party's words, once the two women did not have an accident, he would be played for no reason. But if he didn't go, he had to worry about the safety of the two women. How long has the person who delivered the letter been gone? Yang Chen received the jade slip and immediately had a calculation in his heart. He hurriedly asked the disciple in charge of the reception. It has been an hour. The reception disciple did not dare to neglect and quickly replied. As soon as he received the jade slip, he quickly reported to the palace master. However, from the mountain gate to here, including the time to call people back and forth, it took a full hour. For such a long time, it was obviously not so easy to find a guy who sent a message and left. However, this did not seem to be a big problem for Yang Chen. The spiritual awareness threads cultivated by the three purities secret art stretched out to the surrounding. Even the master of the palace, who was close at hand, did not seem to notice the changes in Yang Chen's spiritual awareness threads. The main target of the exploration of the spiritual awareness threads was the Yuanying stage ancestors within the range. Now, if Yang Chen fully unfolded his spiritual consciousness, it would be able to cover a radius of thousands of miles. No matter how fast the guy named Zhu Shiyuan ran, it was impossible for him to leave this area in just an hour. However, there was a drawback to using the divine sense to explore with all its strength. It was very strenuous, and the exhaustion of the divine sense was very difficult to get rid of. Therefore, even someone as strong as Yang Chen did not use his divine sense to its full extent all the time. He only expanded it to a radius of 100 feet, so that the slightest movement in the surroundings could be directly alerted. Therefore, Yang Chen did not know Zhu Shiyuan's arrival. But at this moment, under the deliberate control of Yang Chen, the divine sense only took a while to reach 1,000 miles away, and it was still spreading further. Within the scope of Yang Chen's divine sense, no one could detect any abnormalities. However, everyone's cultivation base was almost immediately detected by Yang Chen. The other party was a Yuanying stage ancestor, and of course Yang Chen also prioritized looking for the Yuanying stage ancestor. In just a few breaths, he found several Yuanying stage ancestors. In fact, Yang Chen knew that when the old tree demon crossed his tribulation, The Meiqing Mountain was covered with tree species. As long as he found the old tree demon, he would definitely know where the other party disappeared. But for the time being, Yang Qin did not want to let the old tree demon's ability appear in front of everyone. This was a life-saving means of the Chunyang Palace that could be compared to the mountain protection array. It was not worth the loss if it was exposed at once. At this time, he could only use his own divine sense to find the guy who sent the jade slip. If it didn't work, he would find the old tree demon Gui Shanyu for help. Pulling the reception disciple onto the shuttle, Yang Chen apologized to the head of the palace and drove the shuttle away quickly, flying towards several targets that he had already delineated. While flying, he did not forget to look for the Yuanying stage ancestor further away. The outside of the shuttle was covered with the sea jasper cup, and no one would find it. And when he was close to the target, Yang Chen would control the shuttle to fly through the ground, and then let the reception disciple identify whether it was the person who sent the jade slip. He found several Yuanying stage ancestors who appeared around, and the reception disciple said that it was not him. But soon, Yang Chen did not need to receive the disciple and identify the person. The person he was looking for had already been locked by Yang Chen's divine sense thread. The reason why Yang Chen was sure that this guy was the Yuanying stage ancestor who sent the jade slip was because the spiritual awareness imprint left on the jade slip was exactly the same as this guy. It was simply his own engraving. There were some things that were not easy to let the reception disciple know. Yang Chen found a suitable place and sent the reception disciple off the shuttle, and then flew alone towards the guy who claimed to be Zhu Shiyuan. Zhu Shiyuan's speed of departure was very fast. From the time he sent the jade slip to the present, he had been away from the Chunyang Palace mountain gate for more than 2,000 miles. Just when he thought that no one could find him again, Yang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. As an alchemist master who always pays attention to the negative trends of alchemy, how could Zhu Shiyuan not recognize Yang Chen's face? When Yang Chen appeared, there was a bang in Zhu Shiyuan's mind. He knew that it was not good, but he didn't know what went wrong. How could Yang Chen catch up with him? He knew that it was not good, but Zhu Shiyuan did not panic. He was a Yuanying stage ancestor, and Yang Chen was only in the late Jiedan stage. This big realm gap made Zhu Shiyuan not afraid of what Yang Chen could do to him. He was just curious about how Yang Chen could find him so accurately. "Senior, please stay." Yang Chen smiled and blocked Zhu Shiyuan's path, but the smile on his face could not conceal the coldness in his eyes. "What advice does Master Yang have?" Zhu Shiyuan cupped his hands at Yang Chen. Yang Chen was now a 5th-grade alchemist master. As long as it was an alchemist master, now facing Yang Chen, no matter how high the seniority was, how much the qualifications, they would call him master. Although Zhu Shiyuan was reluctant in his heart, he still appeared to be very well behaved. Straightforward people don't talk in riddles. Yang Chen threw the jade slip to Zhu Shiyuan. "Senior, please explain, what does this jade slip mean?" When Yang Chen spoke, Zhu Shiyuan had already explored the surroundings with his spiritual awareness. It seemed that there was only Yang Chen in front of him, not Chunyang Palace. After confirming this point, Zhu Shiyuan also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It was just Yang Chen alone. Maybe without any tricks, he could capture Yang Chen. This place was far away from Meiqing Mountain, not within the territory of Chunyang Palace, so he was not afraid of the people of Chunyang Palace. It could really be said that one could wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find it by chance. Chapter 897. It means, Zhu Shiyuan said slowly, but then his body was like a compressed spring, slamming into Yang Chen. Although he was an alchemist master, Zhu Shiyuan did not put down his spiritual power cultivation on weekdays. Even at the request of Hu Qinyi, he also took out a period of time to gain experience in the demon sects of the monster race. His skills were not sloppy at all. The only thing missing was that there was no suitable magic weapon. Although he had reached the realm of the Yuanying stage ancestor, he still did not have a suitable magic weapon. But in the face of Yang Qin, a junior in the Jiran stage. So what if he did not have a magic weapon? The gap in the big realm was by no means eliminated by 1 or 2 magic weapons. In Chunyang Palace, Zhu Shiyuan certainly had no chance to make a move. Even if he had, he did not dare to make a move. The problem wasn't it the wilderness now, and there was no one else present? The reason why he set up such a big game, and also tried his best to find out the whereabouts of the Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy, and his master personally captured the 2 fairies as a Deshang stage master. What was it for? Wasn't it to lure Yang Qin out of his hiding place, so that he could capture him? Now Yang Chen was in front of him. There was no other helper, and he appeared in front of him stupidly. Such a good opportunity. If Zhu Shiyuan wasted this godsend opportunity, then he would be a pighead. Making a move without saying anything was also the only way in battle. In a life and death situation, who would care about those trifles? Could it be that he still had to talk about etiquette and reason with the enemy? Could it be that he had to learn from those guys in the secular world, who would not die under a nameless ghost? For the time being, Zhu Shiyuan was just a spy placed by Hu Qianni outside the Taishamen, and he was not a person of the Taishamen. Although Hu Qianni also used some resources of the Taishamen to deliberately cultivate Zhu Shiyuan, he did not tell Zhu Shiyuan everything. After all, there was still a difference between the close and the distant. This could be seen from the fact that Zhu Shiyuan was already in the Yuanying stage, but did not have a magic weapon. Because of this reason, Zhu Shiyuan was unfortunately not told some things. For example, Yang Chen once killed 6 Yuanying stage masters of the Taishamen in an instant. This matter was simply a great shame for the Taishamen. Even among the Taishamen, except for the high level, few people knew about it, let alone Zhu Shiyuan. If Zhu Shiyuan knew about this, he would never have thought of attacking Yang Chen when he and Yang Chen were alone. Unfortunately, there were many such accidents and misfortunes in this world, and Zhu Shiyuan happened to encounter all of them. Before Zhu Shiyuan could realize what was happening, he was directly blocked in the air by a tyrannical force. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. The spiritual power in his body seemed to have suddenly lost control and dissipated. He could no longer use any spiritual power in his body. His body was soft, and Zhu Shiyuan, who had no strength to struggle, realized at this time that in this moment he had been grabbed by the throat by Yang Chen with one hand, and one arm was held high in the air. The power of that hand was so great that Zhu Shiyuan, Yuanying stage ancestor, who had been baptized by the Thunder Tribulation, could not break the hand that was holding him. In the next moment, Zhu Shiyuan completely gave up resistance. He had already noticed that the hand that was holding his throat was tightening a little bit. If he wanted to struggle again, his throat might be crushed immediately. I really want to know what happened. Senior, can you solve my doubts? Yang Chen's tone was very respectful, but his actions at the moment were not respectful at all. At this moment, Zhu Shiyuan's mind was completely filled with shock, despair, and regret. Where would he dare to have other thoughts? He wanted to nod, but he found that it was difficult to even move his fingers. He could only make a few hum sounds as an answer to Yang Chen. A Yuanying stage ancestor was caught by a junior in the late Jiran stage with one hand, and it was even in the case of a Yuanying stage ancestor. If he was not the unlucky Yuanying stage ancestor who was caught, Zhu Shiyuan would never believe such a thing from the mouth of others. Even Zhu Shiyuan did not know what happened so far. During the whole process, he did not feel that Yang Chen used a magic weapon, nor did he find that Yang Chen used spiritual power. It seemed that Yang Chen used physical strength to crush his body protection, spiritual power with one hand, and then grabbed his throat. The whole process was so short that even Zhu Shiyuan, the person involved, could not believe this result. Wasn't Yang Chen a junior in the middle Jiran stage? How could this be? Snap! Zhu Shiyuan's spiritual power and mobility were directly sealed, and he was thrown to the ground softly. Yang Chen was about to use means to ask questions, but after thinking about it, he still brought Zhu Shiyuan back to the Chunying Palace. The master of the palace had gathered several elders. This matter was really too tricky. Not to mention whether it was true or false. It should be true. But the other party actually asked Yang Qin to go alone, and the time was very tight, and it was even too late to notify the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. The two women were arrested. This was a big event. Whether it was public or private, Yang Qin had to face this situation. He could only send Wang Yong and the old tree demon to go with Yang Qin. Anyway, Yang Qin had a medicine garden, and it was more than enough to take two masters. The only thing to worry about was that the other party would hurt the two women. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, in addition to being Yang Qin's fiancé, the main identity was also the genius disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. If they were hurt because of Yang Qin, perhaps the two major sect would not give up. He didn't know who ate the bear's heart and the leopard's courage, and even dared to touch the two major sect heads. Now, he could only see the truth of the matter first, and then study the way to deal with it. From the perspective of the sect, Yang Qin couldn't have an accident in any case. As for the alchemy secrets, it was a trivial matter. For the safety of the two women, when necessary, they should give it up. After all, there were many cultivation methods in this world, but there were only a few who really became masters. Not everyone could become a 5th-grade alchemist master with a secret book. During the discussion, Yang Qin had returned to the hall of the sect with a gust of wind. Wang Yong looked at the look of Yang Qin, and without saying a word, he raised his hand and made a restriction, sealing the hall. Immediately, Yang Qin threw Zhu Shiyuan in front of the elders. It was this guy who sent the jade slip, and the jade slip was also engraved with his spiritual awareness. Yang Qin didn't say much, but he said what he knew. As for the next step, it was up to the master of the palace to decide. Chapter 898. Things were no longer a matter of Yang Qin alone, although the other party indicated that Yang Qin should go alone. Involving the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, there would inevitably be a series of reactions. Therefore, it was normal for the head of the palace to make the decision. For the guy who dared to hit on his fiancée, Yang Qin was not very polite. The means that he used to deal with Liang Xiaoming in the past, without saying a word, he used it on Zhu Shiyuan. Obviously, Zhu Shiyuan's cultivation base was high, so he endured for a long time, at least much later than the time when Liang Xiaoming begged for mercy. But the ending was no different. In the end, he begged Yang Qin to stop. What's going on with this jade slip? Yang Qin asked the same question again, but this time, Zhu Shiyuan no longer dared to hide it, and he wished he could explain the whole story immediately. In a hurry, he even stuttered a few times and was taught a lesson by Yang Qin, which made the complete cause and effect clear. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were really plotted against, and the one who did it was Zhu Shiyuan's master. However, this master of the Deshang stage who suddenly emerged, even Zhu Shiyuan himself did not know the true identity. In this regard, Hu Qianyi was very secretive, and even Zhu Shiyuan was concealed. Strictly speaking, it could not be completely regarded as a plot. Hu Qianyi was a master of the Deshang stage. He secretly made a move, only to capture the two women alive, but he saved the lives of the two women. Otherwise, with Shi Shanshan's strong character, if she was defeated, she might commit suicide on the spot. However, the strength of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue was still beyond the expectations of Hu Qianyi. He was unprepared, but the two women were seriously injured before they were captured. They were taken by Hu Qianyi, but the specific hiding place was still unknown. Hu Qianyi was already waiting at the place indicated on the jade slip. Once Yang Qin did not go, he would leave with the two women immediately. Of course, Zhu Shiyuan did not hide the reason, nor did he dare to hide it. About Gao Jing, Zhu Shiyuan almost poured out the beans in a bamboo tube. Yang Qin gave him a few tricks. As long as he saw Yang Qin's face, his body would involuntarily tremble, as if it had become an instinct. Yang Qin didn't expect that the alchemist, who he didn't care about and let go when he collected the medicine nourishing gourd, turned out to have such a trick. And what made him most dumbfounded was that the other party thought that he could become a fifth-grade alchemist because of the medicine nourishing gourd. The medicine nourishing gourd certainly gave Yang Qin some inspiration, but Yang Chen was already a sixth-grade alchemist master in his previous life. In this life, it's just that his skills are insufficient, but the experience and knowledge of alchemy are all there. And the techniques are also familiar, plus the Supreme Lord Pill scripture. It can almost be said that it has nothing to do with the medicine nourishing gourd. But the other party obviously didn't think so, and the high success rate of alchemy on the medicine nourishing gourd was also an indisputable fact. It was reasonable to have such doubts. Yang Qin didn't care about what other people guessed. He cared about the safety of the two women. The two women were seriously injured, which surprised Yang Qin and the head of the palace, especially Yang Qin. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue did not have this tribulation in the memory of their previous lives. In this life, it was completely because of him that they were set up like this, and even attracted the masters of the Deshang stage to come out. Zhu Xiyuan also explained very thoroughly that the injuries of the two women were very serious. The healing medicinal pills that he refined himself could only alleviate the pain for a while, but could not cure it. If the time was delayed for too long, the lives of the two women may not be guaranteed. Now that he finally got the exact news from Zhu Xiyuan's mouth, the head of the palace did not dare to neglect and immediately sent a letter to the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. If they could not save them in time, at least it was obvious that the two sect knew about this matter. As for Yang Qin, he had already begun to prepare to set off to save them. The two women were seriously injured and there was no good healing medicine. If he was late, he was afraid that he would regret it for life. Fortunately, when Yang Qin made alchemy for the Taishaman last time, he had already refined a few more fifth-grade Lingji mushroom jade pills. As long as they did not die, they could always be pulled back from the gates of hell. Zhu Xiyuan's Qinkuan bag was held in Yang Chen's hand, and he looked at the things inside one by one. It had to be said that Zhu Xiyuan, this guy, was also very rich. Many medicinal materials were thousands of years old, and there were many materials for refining. It was said that this guy, as a third-grade alchemist master, was not a lack of money, but unfortunately he was born with a metal and fire dual attribute. For a while, he couldn't find a suitable dual attribute magic weapon, so there was no life source magic weapon so far. The best thing in the Qinkuan bag was an alchemy furnace. At first glance, it was refined by a master, and it has been used for many years. The medicine qi has been saturated inside and outside. However, this alchemy furnace gave Yang Qin a familiar feeling. Although the refining technique looked ordinary, the traces left by the refiner still remained on it. Who refined this alchemy furnace? Yang Qin asked Zhu Xiyuan directly while holding the alchemy furnace. This is what the master helped me refine. Zhu Xiyuan replied quickly. Anyway, even he didn't know the true origin of his master, so it was okay to tell Yang Qin. Zhu Xiyuan didn't expect it at all. Just this sentence made Yang Qin guess who Qinny's identity 8 or 9 out of 10. The traces of the refiner's spiritual awareness left on the alchemy furnace have not completely dissipated. It was no wonder that the alchemy furnace was not Zhu Xiyuan's life source magic weapon, and he did not intend to treat this alchemy furnace as an important magic weapon. Therefore, even the most basic work of tempering the alchemy furnace for a long time was not done. It was only used for alchemy. Instead, the imprint of the refiner has been left on it. If it was replaced by someone else who left the residual imprint of their spiritual awareness, Yang Qin would not necessarily be able to know the identity of the other party. But the person who refined it was Hu Qianni of Taishaman. The last time Yang Qin refined the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill for Taishaman, he once treated 3 Deshang stage masters face to face. Not only did he take the pulse, but also with their permission, he used his spiritual awareness to explore the injuries of the whole body. It was precisely because of this that Yang Chen could still recognize the spiritual awareness of the three people. The residual imprint of the spiritual awareness on this alchemy furnace was clearly left by Hu Qianyi. The master of the Deshang stage, his identity was hidden. He dared to deal with the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Plus this residual spiritual awareness imprint, Yang Chen could already be sure that the mysterious master, the master of the Deshang stage, was Hu Qianyi. This matter should not be delayed. This disciple has to leave immediately. I also ask the palace master to understand. Yang Chen had a plan in his heart and asked the head of the palace to leave. Be careful. The head of the palace couldn't say anything more. He just said, let your master ancestor and hall master go together. Take care of each other on the road. Chapter 899. Wang Yong and Gui Shanyu went together. Yang Chen certainly did not object. It was better to deal with two more masters of the Deshang stage than to deal with it alone. However, Hu Qianyi could also think of this, so he would not be unprepared. Yang Chen still retained a trace of doubt about whether the two could help at a critical moment. The shuttle flew like the wind and flew towards the place designated by Hu Qianyi. The other party did not leave much time for Yang Chen, only 10 days. In these 10 days, even with the speed of the shuttle, it would take days and nights to arrive. Hu Qianyi understood this, so he could boldly inform Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. 10 days was not enough for Chunyang Palace to inform the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, and it was not enough for the masters over there to be dispatched. As for Chunyang Palace, there were a total of 2 masters of the Deshang stage. Even if they came together, Hu Qianyi had a way to deal with them. Fortunately, after Yang Chen's cultivation base rose sharply, the speed of the shuttle also improved by a level. Otherwise, it would be too late to catch Zhu Shiyuan and interrogate him. Now that he was rushing over day and night, the time was almost just right. Of course, Yang Chen would not be idle on the road. He had to prepare some things, some good things that would make Hu Qianyi want to die. On the shuttle, Yang Chen started his old job, alchemy. But this time it was not a medicinal pill for saving people, nor was it a medicinal pill for breakthrough, but a poison. Generally speaking, alchemists would not easily touch poisons, but it did not mean that alchemists could not refine poisons. On the contrary, the more skilled an alchemist was, the more powerful they would be in refining poisons. In the mortal world, this kind of thing was rare, but in the spiritual world and the immortal world, many alchemists' way of self-protection was to use poison. What Yang Chen was refining now was a kind of poison that could make the masters of the human immortal level obediently follow the Tao. Although it was called poison, it was more appropriate to describe it as a knockout drug or a medicine that could disperse one's cultivation. Although killing Hu Qianyi would vent his anger, it would inevitably hurt Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. For the safety of the 2 girls, he could only use this relatively safe method. This kind of medicine called pulse calming powder was actually used to save people in the beginning. Those masters who have been possessed by the devil during cultivation, after taking the pulse calming powdered pill, will quietly and painlessly disperse their cultivation, which is a good medicine to treat this dangerous situation. But if it was used elsewhere, it would be a deadly poison. The reason why he used this pulse calming powdered pill was because he fancied the process of it dispersing without feeling. Moreover, this kind of cultivation dispersing pill that was suitable for human immortals was very effective. In just 10 breaths of time, it could complete the process of dispersing the cultivation dispersing pill silently, and the other party would not feel anything. Of course, the key was that Yang Chen's collection plus the 10,000 years old elixirs in the medicine garden was just enough to refine 3 or 4 portions of pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill, no more. It had such an effect on human immortals. For a mere Deshang stage master, the medicinal effect would only spread faster. It shouldn't be a big problem to deal with Hu Qianyi. The only thing to pay attention to was that he couldn't let him discover the process of administering the medicine. He could only suffer the pulse-calming powdered pill himself. However, in 10 days, refining the pulse-calming powdered pill was no problem. 4 or 5 days would be enough, but it was not enough time to refine the antidote. This was a problem. If Yang Chen couldn't refine the antidote, then he would have to disperse his cultivation. After dispersing his cultivation, Yang Chen would not be able to refine the antidote, and other people would not have the ability to refine the antidote. It seemed that this result had become an endless loop. Although the blue jade vine had the effect of detoxification, Yang Chen has never heard that the blue jade vine could solve the medicinal properties of this pulse-calming powdered pill. But there was no better way at the moment. He could only treat a dead horse as a living horse and try it first. Fortunately, the body of the blue jade vine in the medicine garden was the tool spirit Abai, and Yang Chen could communicate with Abai at any time to understand. When refining the pulse-calming powdered pill, Yang Chen was very careful, letting the master ancestor and the old tree demon avoid far away. The profound spirit furnace was always closed until the furnace was about to be opened. He used the peak fire control technique to wrap the pulse-calming powdered pill with the flame. After wrapping it directly into several layers of wax pills, he did not even dare to use the medicine-nourishing gourd and stored it directly in a sealed jade bottle. When testing the medicine, he was more cautious. He let Aju and Abai transplant all the medicinal materials in the medicine garden into the second layer and closed the door tightly. Only Abai's body was left in the first layer, and Yang Chen also left the medicine garden. He controlled Abai and let her burst the wax pill left in the first layer of the medicine garden. In an instant, an invisible medicine, qi, filled the first layer of space of the medicine garden. The blue jade vine was exposed to the influence of the medicine qi of the pulse-calming powdered pill, and after a while it seemed a little sluggish. When people in the spiritual world used the pulse-calming powdered pill, they closed themselves and then used it like this, and there must be a helper, and the antidote must be prepared in advance. After the patient disperses, it will take at least a day and a night, or after burning with a high-grade flame, the helper can hold the antidote in his mouth, approach the patient, and help the patient recover the meridians as quickly as possible. Because there is no turbulent spiritual power interference, it will be relatively simple. After everything is straightened out, let the patient take the antidote. Even if there is an antidote, it will take at least half a month or so for patients who use the pulse-calming powdered pill to return to normal. Yang Chen now has Wang Yong and the old tree demon with him. He is not afraid of this recovery time, but worried that there is no antidote. The wilting of the blue jade vine was almost visible to the naked eye. Despite being outside the medicine garden, Yang Chen clearly noticed that the vines of the blue jade vine were getting more and more withered, and all the thick vines became soft, no longer as strong as before. Yang Chen's heart sank. It seemed that this method still didn't work. But he still didn't give up. His spiritual awareness penetrated into the medicine garden and asked by how she felt now. What a strong medicinal property. Bai's thoughts were directly transmitted to Yang Chen's mind, and it seemed that even her consciousness was a little sluggish. However, it can barely be solved, but it will take a long time. At this time, the medicinal property of the pulse-calming powdered pill has maintained a balance with the detoxification ability of the blue jade vine. The blue jade vine no longer has any changes, but there is no way to recover immediately. It must be known that the medicinal pills from Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace were at least the second grade. The second grade pulse-calming powdered pill was spread throughout the entire space of the first layer of the medicine garden, and even the blue jade vine couldn't remove it in a short time. The pulse-calming powdered pill couldn't be used, and Yang Chen could only use the bloody river to fight the enemy. It's a pity that the immortal beheading blade would be destroyed at the end of the tempering. As if aware of the anxiety in Yang Chen's heart, Abai suddenly transmitted a thought. Master, if you want to quickly remove this medicinal property, there is another way. It depends on whether Master is willing or not. What is the way? Yang Chen was shocked. Abai actually had a way. What did he have to give up? Blood demon vine, are you willing? Abai's thoughts were accurately passed to Yang Chen's mind. Chapter 900. Blood Phantom Vine. Yang Chen was stunned. He didn't know what Abai's intention was to talk about the Blood Phantom Vine. What did it mean to give up? Give up the Blood Phantom Vine? The current Blood Phantom Vine was taken by Yang Chen from Hua Wanting and Elder Hua's body and carefully cultivated it. He didn't know how many Deshang stage master's blood was used to irrigate it, and he didn't know how many Deshang stage master's corpses were used as flower fertilizer. It was only a little bit from the weak seedling after the main root was cut off to the present. Compared with the time when it was originally taken from Elder Hua, the current Blood Phantom Vine was only stronger. If it wasn't for the relatively slow speed of the Blood Phantom Vine, it couldn't keep up with most opponents' movements. Otherwise, this unrefined Blood Phantom Vine alone was an extremely powerful weapon. At this time, Abai asked Yang Chen if he was willing to give up the Blood Phantom Vine, but for Yang Chen it was not a problem. Not to mention that Yang Chen already has the Blood Phantom Vine flying sword. Even without it, compared with the safety of the two women's lives, not to mention giving up a Blood Phantom Vine. Even if he was asked to give up the spirit medicine in the entire medicine garden, he would not frown and blink his eyes. Naturally, Yang Chen directly gave Abai a definite answer. Can the Blood Phantom Vine solve the poison of the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill? Please forgive this servant's presumptuous. With Yang Chen's approval, Abai's thoughts seemed to bring a hint of surprise. She hurriedly apologized, and then she began to do something. After a while, Abai asked Master, "Please move the Blood Phantom Vine to this servant's side." Yang Chen's spiritual awareness firmly monitored the changes in the medicine garden. As soon as Abai requested, Yang Chen immediately ordered a Zhu in the second layer of the medicine garden to transplant the Blood Phantom Vine out. Fortunately, both women were tool spirits, and they were familiar with doing this kind of thing. Almost as soon as Yang Chen's request was issued, the Blood Phantom Vine had already appeared next to the Blue Jade Vine. As soon as the Blood Phantom Vine appeared, under the medicinal chi of the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill, it began to wither. After a while it became wilted, and the rattan softly crawled on the ground. The listless appearance was completely different from the appearance planted on the flesh and blood of countless masters of the Deshang stage. Next, Yang Chen's spiritual sense saw that the jasper vine's rattan began to move slowly. Although it was moving very slowly. It was almost moving bit by bit. Finally, the two vines came into contact. As soon as he touched the rattan of the Blood Phantom Vine, the Blue Jade Vine seemed to have a little spirit. Like a predatory, poisonous snake, he entangled the Blood Phantom Vine that he touched. Under the exploration of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, the Blue Jade Vine seemed to suddenly grow spikes, piercing into the Blood Phantom Vine and madly sucking the juice essence of the Blood Phantom Vine. Just a little bit, the spirit of the Blue Jade Vine became more and more exuberant, and more vines came into contact with the Blood Phantom Vine. Then, the whole process became faster and faster. It was strange to say that the Blood Phantom Vine that originally sucked human blood, when its own juice was absorbed by the Blue Jade Vine, there was no sign of resistance. It laid softly on the ground and let the Blue Jade Vine absorb it. Just after half an incense stick of time, the original huge Blood Phantom Vine was wrapped by the rattan of the Blue Jade Vine, and there was no trace of the appearance of the Blood Phantom Vine. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness keenly discovered that after the Blue Jade Vine absorbed the juice of the Blood Phantom Vine, it became more and more energetic. It seemed that the medicinal chi of the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill scattered in the air had no effect on her. All the branches seemed to be alive, and the leaves also raised their heads, no longer looking listless. In this regard, Yang Chen was puzzled. He really couldn't understand how the Blue Jade Vine, which could solve many poisons, could absorb a completely different kind of Blood Phantom Vine that was still poisonous. However, among the monster race. Many times they relied on devouring other monster race to enhance their own strength. At this point, the blue jade vine did not seem strange at all. Fundamentally speaking, Abai was originally a vine monster of a blue jade vine. When Abai absorbed the juice of the blood phantom vine, the rattan had completely returned to its original state, and it was no longer affected by the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill. But the absorption process was not over yet. All the rattans grew wildly and wrapped around the blood phantom vine. Looking at this posture, there was the intention of swallowing all the blood phantom vine. "Master, this slave wants to swallow this blood phantom vine. Please forgive me." Abai's thoughts passed over again, clearly expressing her wishes to Yangchen. Since Yangchen has already made the plan to give up the blood phantom vine, he naturally wouldn't care about this. Not to mention that Abai's current appearance seemed to really have the ability to deal with the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill. Giving Abai a thought to continue, Yangchen has been monitoring the process of Abai swallowing the blood phantom vine. This process did not take too long. It only took 2 days, and Abai completely swallowed the whole blood phantom vine. After swallowing the complete blood phantom vine, the body of the blue jade vine had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally emerald-green jasper vine had now turned into a slightly brownish-black color that was a mixture of red and green. It looked like black jade. As soon as the swallowing was completed, Abai couldn't wait to move all the flower fertilizer that had been buried in the roots of the blood phantom vine to her own roots, and then the black and red branches flew all over the sky, like a huge monster with teeth and claws. After a while, all the rattans quietly retracted back to the place and became a quiet vine plant. Abai's figure also appeared. "Master, the medicinal properties have been completely absorbed." After appearing, Abai immediately reported to Yangchen. Yangchen was overjoyed. His figure appeared in the medicine garden in an instant. He felt it himself, and there was indeed no trace of pulse-calming powdered medicinal pills, medicinal qi. Then he nodded. "This little servant thanks Master for your help." When Abai saw Yangchen appear, she bowed to Yangchen and gave a big salute. In the past, the blood phantom vine was raised in the medicine garden. Even if Abai had the courage, she did not dare to take the initiative to merge and swallow it. Moreover, the blood phantom vine that was growing vigorously was not so easy to swallow. This time, she borrowed the medicinal power of the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill to move the blood phantom vine away from the nourishing place and disperse its vitality. So she took the opportunity to succeed. With the permission of Yangchen, Abai swallowed the blood phantom vine, and it could be said that her strength had increased greatly. In contrast, the medicine garden seemed to be more stable. At least Yangchen has noticed that the second space has expanded a lot. "Get up!" Yangchen waved his hand to let Abai get up. No matter how powerful Abai was, she couldn't leave the existence of the medicine garden now. Yangchen was interested in what kind of ability Abai had after swallowing the blood phantom vine, and whether she could ignore the medicinal power of the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill. Chapter 901. The raw materials needed for the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill. Even Yangchen didn't have too much. Only 3 portions were refined, and 1 portion had been used in the medicine garden, leaving 2 portions. In the recent experiment, the blue jade vine that swallowed the blood phantom vine had completely ignored the medicinal effect of the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill. At least in a short period of 2 days, all the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill in the medicine garden was already more powerful than the authentic antidote. With this alone, Yangchen already had 90% confidence in dealing with Huqiani this time. Now Yangchen still wanted to know what the blue jade vine had become. "I just have the blood-sucking ability and toxicity of the blood phantom vine." Faced with Yangchen's inquiry, Abai replied with a light smile, unable to hide the joy on her face. "I didn't have the power to protect myself before, but now I finally don't have to be afraid." It was an understatement, but Yangchen knew that Abai's strength had been greatly improved. This could be seen from the expansion of the medicine garden space. According to a Bai, Yang Chen abandoned the Blood Phantom Vine. But in fact, he had gained a more powerful subordinate who was a combination of the Blue Jade Vine and the Blood Phantom Vine, and it was still a subordinate with intelligence, which was many times stronger than the original Pure Blood Phantom Vine. Not to mention anything else. Even if the medicine garden bottle was thrown outside, ordinary people wouldn't be able to control it. Except for Yang Chen, no one could resist Bai's close attack at this moment. Seeing that it was not far ahead, there was another 4 or 5 hours to the place designated by Huqiani. Yang Chen didn't care about the changes in Bai anymore, but let Bai be prepared to remove the pulse-calming, powdered medicinal pill from his body at any time. After flying forward for a few hours, Yang Chen was completely close to the destination. Unsurprisingly, a formation had been set up in a radius of a few hundred meters around the destination. Huqiani was now standing in the center of the formation, but at the moment his appearance was not similar to Huqiani of the Taishimen. There were 2 women lying beside him. They were none other than Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. The 2 women lay there quietly, without a trace of life. Only the slow rise and fall of their chests could tell that they were still alive. "You've got guts." Seeing Yang Chen's shuttle from afar, Huqiani's voice directly passed through the shuttle to Yang Chen's ears. "Being affectionate and righteous is really a good match for the 2 fairies. Enter the formation." At this moment, Huqiani's formation was carefully arranged by him. Even if it was a master of the Deshang stage, once he entered the formation, he would be at his mercy. Even if he couldn't kill a Deshang stage master for a while, it was easy to trap several Deshang stage masters at the same level as him for 2 hours. Chunyang Palace had a master of the Deshang stage, but so what? With Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan in his hands. Even if there were 10,000 masters of the Deshang stage, it would be impossible to stop him from killing 2 seriously injured women who had no resistance in the formation. If he wanted to take the lives of the 2 women, he had to obediently follow his instructions. As long as he entered the formation and relied on the formation to support these 2 hours, it was enough for Huqiani to get the things in the hands of Yang Chen and then escape. At that time, he would rendezvous with his own apprentice and then turn him into a 5th-grade alchemist master. From then on, there would be no better alchemist master than Zhu Shiyuan in the mortal world. As for Yang Chen, as long as he handed over the gourd and the alchemy secrets, it didn't matter if he wanted to keep his life. Without the support of becoming a 5th-grade alchemist master, Yang Chen was just a junior in the Jidan stage and could not set off much waves. The purpose of this time was mainly to get Yang Chen's gourd and alchemy secrets. Everything else was trivial and not worth mentioning. Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan, if Yang Chen was obedient, then he would give them to him. Anyway, the 2 women who were seriously injured, there was no medicinal pill to bring them back to life. Sooner or later they would just die. It was a good calculation. So the first request of the meeting was to let Yang Chen enter the formation. As long as he entered the formation, even if Yang Chen brought all the masters of the Deshang stage in Chunyang Palace with him, it would be useless. After entering the formation, Yang Chen would be the meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Yang Chen did not hesitate at all. He directly put away the shuttle and strode into the formation. His master ancestor Wang Yong and the old tree demon did not appear, and this was not the time to appear. The formation arranged by Huqiani, Yang Chen knew that as long as the eye of the formation was controlled, the people in the formation had almost no room for resistance. People with strong cultivation bases could rely on their own cultivation base to resist, and they could also rely on magic weapons to survive the attack of the formation. But if they wanted to catch up with the guy who controlled the eye of the formation and wanted to leave, it was impossible. Seeing that Yang Chen entered the formation, Huqiani's heart was put down for a long time, and he was no longer worried about what tricks Yang Chen would play. "Come here." Now, Huqiani could command Yang Chen and even decide the life and death of Yang Chen. Yang Chen walked towards the eye of the formation where Huqiani was. However, when he was about 20 feet away, Hu Qianni ordered Yang Qin to stop. Did you bring the things? Hu Qianni stared at Yang Qin. His spiritual awareness was wide open. He observed the surroundings vigilantly and asked calmly. Yang Qin did not answer, but his hands flashed, and a gourd appeared in his left hand, and a few pieces of jade slips appeared in his right hand. As Yang Qin took out these things from the Qinkuan bag, a silent medicine, qi, also spread quickly around with Yang Qin as the center. Go, take the things over and see if they are true or not. Hu Qianni suddenly ordered. With Hu Qianni's words, a figure suddenly appeared between Yang Qin and Hu Qianni. It was Gao Jing. In the formation arranged by Hu Qianni, Gao Jing did not dare to have any other thoughts. He walked to Yang Qin and smiled at Yang Qin. Grand Master Yang, we meet again. It's you? Yang Qin said with hatred, staring at Gao Jing's eyes as if they were about to burst into fire. I should have killed you in the past. Who said it wasn't? Gao Jing smiled again, then reached out and snatched the medicine-nourishing gourd from Yang Qin's hand. After getting it in his hand, he explored it with his spiritual awareness, and his face suddenly showed joy. Immediately afterward, Gao Jing grabbed the jade slip in Yang Qin's other hand. After a few explorations with his spiritual awareness, he determined that there were a lot of alchemy techniques and pill recipes recorded. After careful inspection of both things, Gao Jing turned his head and nodded at Hu Qianni. Everything is real. Very good. Bring it over. Hu Qianni's face also showed ecstasy. A fifth-grade alchemist master would be born from his hands. How could it not make people ecstatic? Gao Jing did not dare to neglect. He took the two things and turned to Hu Qianni. However, just after taking a step, the wind behind his head was loud. Bang! Gao Jing's head exploded directly, like a smashed watermelon. Chapter 902. Gao Jing's body fell to the ground, revealing the figure of Yang Qin. Yang Qin's blood-stained fist has not been completely retracted, but he looked coldly at Hu Qianni not far away. The distance of 20 feet may be a mote in the face of the full protection of a master of the Deshang stage. But for the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill, it was just a short spread distance. The first layer of the medicine garden had a radius of hundreds of acres, and the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill spread for less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, let alone a mere 20 feet. When the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill was released, the new blue jade vine stretched out a thin tentacle and stuck it on Yang Qin's body. Of course, the role was not to suck blood, but to help Yang Qin resist the medicinal qi of the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill. Just when Gao Jing checked the authenticity of the thing, the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill had already spread around. Unconsciously, Gao Jing and Hu Qianni both inhaled a lot of medicinal qi. For Gao Jing, this guy, Yang Qin did not have the slightest kindness. The last time he collected the medicine-nourishing gourd, it was he who teamed up with a group of people to ask Gong Sunling to be a cauldron furnace and to kill Yang Qin. Yang Qin was just anxious about the medicine-nourishing gourd at the time and didn't lower himself to his level. He didn't expect that it would bring such harm to Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. After smashing Gao Jing's head with a punch, Yang Qin's eyes also stared at Hu Qianni. With the coldness in his eyes, even Hu Qianni felt a chill all over his body. Without thinking about it, Hu Qianni immediately launched the formation. He was in the eye of the formation, and this formation was launched according to his will. Although the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill was powerful, it only targeted spiritual power, but not spiritual awareness. Hu Qianni launched the formation without the slightest obstacle. The overwhelming attacks converged on Yang Qin from all directions. Outside Yang Qin's body, suddenly a phantom of a big bell appeared, covering Yang Qin's whole body. On the periphery of the big bell, there seemed to be two dragon shadows flying up and down. When all the attacks encountered the two dragon images, they were like snow meeting the blazing sun, vanishing without a trace. This kind of strange scenery, how could Hu Qianni not understand? This is a body protection magic weapon of Yang Qin. However, despite knowing it, Hu Qianyi had no way to deal with Yang Qin. He could only watch Yang Qin raise his hand to recall the gourd and the jade slip in Gao Jing's hand. Then he calmly walked towards the eye of the formation step by step. Hu Qianyi did not expect that his formation, which could trap the masters of the Deshang stage, had no effect on Yang Qin. Alarmed, he was about to summon his natal magic weapon to deal a fatal blow to Yang Qin, but he was shocked to find that the spiritual power in his body had disappeared completely. Not to mention summoning his natal magic treasure. Even opening the cosmos sack was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Seeing that Yang Qin was approaching step by step, and the array that he had set up in advance had no effect at all, Hu Qianyi could not help but panic. In his life, he did not know how many life and death tribulations he had experienced, but Hu Qianyi had never felt so flustered. In the past, even in the face of a great enemy, he had never lost his mind. This was one of the reasons why he could live to the present and the enemy had already turned into bones. But he didn't know why, in the face of a junior in the Jedan stage who came step by step, Hu Qianyi did not seem to dare to face him. Perhaps Hu Qianyi used to face the enemy. He would move forward bravely. But this time he used a conspiracy to deal with a younger generation junior because of his guilty conscience. Yang Qin would never let him go. Hu Qianyi had this clear understanding. If it was him, he would not easily let go of any enemy who dared to treat him like this. At present, the formation was useless, and he had no spiritual power in his body. The only hope of survival was to control the two women, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, before Yang Qin came over. Now, Hu Qianyi regretted it to the extreme. If he knew that such a situation would happen, how could he throw the two women so far away? When he had the strength of the Deshang stage, not to mention putting the two unconscious women 10 feet away, even if they were 10 times further away, he could still kill the two women in a flash. But now he only had the heart, but not the power. The panic was only a sudden. Hu Qianyi had experienced countless life and death tribulations and immediately recovered his calmness. Without thinking about it, he rushed directly to Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue over there. As long as he could control any one of them, with his body tempered by the thunder tribulation and the Yin fire tribulation, he could kill the hostage in his hands at any time. At that time, even Yang Qin would have to obey him. At the moment when he flashed out, Hu Qianyi suddenly had a guilty conscience and a crazy thought flashed in his mind. If Yang Qin did not care about the life and death of the two women and insisted on killing him, what should he do? He had the spiritual awareness of the Deshang stage, but he did not have the spiritual power of the Deshang stage. Wouldn't he die very ugly? Up to now, Hu Qianyi didn't understand how he was unknowingly hit by the trick, causing his spiritual power to be completely gone. But soon Hu Qianyi thought of the reason. The only thing that could make him so was some kind of unique drug. And Yang Qin happened to be the best alchemist master in the world. It was not surprising that he could do this. Before this, Hu Qianyi thought of dealing with the two masters of the Deshang stage who might appear in Chunyang Palace. He thought of the time limit so that Yang Qin could not inform the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. But he did not think that Yang Qin could also use the skills of an alchemist master to solve him. In his eyes, a junior in the late Jedan stage, who did not have the help of a master of the Deshang stage, was still a person who could be pinched by others? If he had known this earlier, he should have used another method, or more directly let Gao Jing take the goods in the hands of Yang Qin from a distance, or even kill Yang Qin as soon as he saw him, and then kill him, instead of being so arrogant and letting Yang Qin come to such a close distance. In any case, it was too late to regret now. The only hope was to control either of the two women before Yang Qin came over slowly. Moreover, this hope was not the most secure. If Yang Qin did not care about the life and death of the two women, he would still die. At least Hu Qianyi asked himself if he encountered this situation. Maybe he would make a choice. There was only such a slim hope, but Hu Qianyi still had to grasp it. If he could control one, he might be able to gamble. If he couldn't even do this, then he would really die here. For a moment, Hu Qianyi even regretted it a little. Yang Chen was still his savior. He shouldn't have dealt with him like this. It was just that this thought flashed by, and he couldn't have more thoughts to think about it. His body had already rushed out and rushed to Shan, who was closest to him. Seeing that his hand was less than 2 inches away from touching Shan, Hu Qianyi's body suddenly stopped in the air and then flew out quickly. Chapter 903. It wasn't that Hu Qianyi didn't want to move forward a few inches, and it was impossible for him to fly with his current ability. The reason why his body flew back was because at the shoulder, waist, and abdomen he didn't know when there were 5 hooks. The hooks were very cruel and hooked into Hu Qianyi's body, and he was pulled away. Poor Hu Qianyi, as an elder of the Taishaman, a master of the Deshang stage, at this moment he was like a fish caught by a fishhook. He was lifted in the air no matter how he struggled. He couldn't get rid of the 5 different colored hooks. It was not known what the material of the hooks was, but they hooked Hu Qianyi's 2 scapulae, the 2 lowest ribs, and a kneecap. The red blood flowed down from these 5 openings and was instantly absorbed by a black and red vine that suddenly appeared on the ground. Subsequently, the black and red vine was like a snake entangled Hu Qianyi's body. The top vine even directly drilled into the wound on Hu Qianyi's body, and the sound of sucking blood made a creepy sound. The blood of a living Deshang stage master was the best tonic for the blood phantom vine, and the same was true for the blue jade vine that swallowed the blood phantom vine. This level of tonic, not everyone could stay alive. There were not many opportunities like this. Hu Qianyi's eyes widened directly. There was a painful expression on his face. He tried to inhale, but it seemed that he couldn't breathe. His face was red, and it took a while for it to return to normal. But the whole person seemed to have become thinner at this moment, and his face became extremely pale. A lot of blood loss and spiritual power dissipation. Hu Qianyi's whole person seemed to have become a mollusk, softly lying on the ground, and it was difficult to even move a finger. The high and mighty elder of the Taishaman, the master of the Deshang stage, suddenly became such a stray dog appearance, which made Hu Qianyi unable to accept it in any case. Where did it go wrong? How could it end up like this? The black-red vine was naturally a bai, but a bai was not kind enough to detoxify Hu Qianyi. It just madly absorbed Hu Qianyi's blood, just like it occupied all the blood vessels of Huawanting. Now, the blue jade blood phantom vine did the same thing. The body that had been tempered by the thunder tribulation and Yin fire tribulation was indeed stronger than the body of an ordinary cultivator. At least in terms of vitality, it was dozens of times stronger. The same was true in terms of regenerative ability. As soon as the blood was sucked dry, the body naturally began to produce new blood crazily, which then benefited the jasper blood phantom vine. Of course, what hooked Hu Qianyi was the 5-element hook that Yang Chen got from the treasure house of the Dragon Palace. Yang Chen was angry that Hu Qianyi dared to hurt the 2 women, so he was merciless. Hu Qianyi's shoulder blade was hooked by the 5-element hook. Even if he had spiritual power, he couldn't break free, not to mention that his ribs and knees were all pierced. Even if Hu Qianyi had great abilities, he couldn't escape from Yang Chen's control. If he was entangled by the jasper blood phantom vine, even if an earth immortal or heaven immortal came, he couldn't save Hu Qianyi from the hands of Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen couldn't pay attention to Hu Qianyi at the moment. He was more concerned about the injuries of the 2 women, especially in the state of serious injuries at the moment. The pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill also affected the 2 women, which was likely to further aggravate their injuries. Under the attack of the formation, Yang Chen couldn't walk faster. Relying on the strong defense of the Golden Bell, he resisted the attack of the formation and walked step by step to the center of the formation. Fortunately, the 2 women were in the center of the formation, and the attack of the formation would not affect them. So far, the injuries they suffered were still the original injuries of Hu Qianyi, plus the effect of the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill. Because the injuries were too serious, the 2 women were in a coma and their breathing was weak. Yang Chen didn't say anything. The flame in his hand flashed, and 1,000-year-old ginseng turned into juice. Yang Chen didn't care about wasting it. He took a mouthful and put it into the mouths of the two women. No matter what, he had to hang on to his life first. The surrounding pulse, calming powdered medicinal qi, was still raging. Yang Chen's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. With a move of his mind, 2 fire dragons emerged from his body and turned into a huge fire dragon with a length of hundreds of feet. They burned wildly around the surrounding dozens of miles, completely burning the pulse-calming powdered medicinal qi. Not all flames could easily resist the effect of the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill. However, it was obvious that the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was not within this limitation. Soon, the surrounding medicinal aura disappeared without a trace. Yang Chen took back the fire dragon, and then released Wang Yong and the old tree demon from another space. Hu Qianyi was unconscious, and the formation was not controlled by anyone, and the attack had completely stopped. The two had just seen everything that happened outside in Yang Chen's space. As soon as they came out, the old tree demon said nothing and immediately began to take root on the formation. The powerful tree roots quickly wrapped the entire area where the formation was located. Then, the old tree demon exerted his strength. The formation that Hu Qianyi had carefully arranged was directly broken by the old tree demon from the formation eye. The formation was broken into pieces, and the materials used to set up the formation were scattered all over the ground. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were moisturized by the Millennium Ginseng liquid, and their faces looked a little ruddy. Yang Chen carefully examined the physical condition of the two women. Yang Chen and the two women had an engagement, so there was no pressure to do these things and there was no taboo. After a check, even Yang Chen couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He didn't know what kind of resistance Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue made at the time. Hu Qianyi actually hurt the two women so badly. At least half of the meridians of Sun Qingxue's whole body were broken, and Shi Shanshan was even more seriously injured. 90% of her meridians were destroyed. According to the popular saying, the cultivation of the two women has been destroyed by Hu Qianyi. Without the nourishment of powerful spiritual power, the original youthful and beautiful appearance of the two women began to gradually change. In less than a month, they looked like two middle-aged women, and this change would intensify with the passage of time. Within a year, the two women would become their original age and the appearance of ordinary people. Hu Qianyi took the two women as hostages and injured them like this, and he also directly targeted the genius disciples of the two major sects. Whether from his own face or from the perspective of preventing the revenge of the two major sects, he did not intend to let Yang Chen and the two women live from the beginning, so he has not treated the two women. The two women have been dragged to the present, and their injuries have become more and more serious. If Yang Chen came a few days later, maybe the two women would not have to wait for Hu Qianyi to make a move, and their souls would go to hell. Fortunately, after swallowing the ginseng liquid, the situation of the two women was also eased, and the pulse-calming powder medicinal pill was also a lucky hit. The messy spiritual power in the two women's bodies dissipated, and it seemed that they were no longer dying. Chapter 904. With the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill in hand, as long as the two women were still breathing, Yang Chen could be sure to save their lives. However, now that the two women's cultivation base was destroyed, it was a tricky problem, and it might be more troublesome. The urgent task was to save the lives of the two women first. The 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill's medicinal effect was too strong, and the two women whose cultivation base was destroyed would definitely not be able to bear it. Even the 1st grade Lingji mushroom jade pill was not something that the two women could easily take now. If the spiritual power contained in the medicinal pill was too strong, it would not save people but kill people. Slightly from the previous refining of the 1st grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, it was cut into 10 pieces and fed one to each of the two women. There was no way around it, even if it was the 1st grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. It could treat the injuries below the yuanying stage. At this moment, the two could only bear this amount at most. The feeding was done by Yang Qin mouth to mouth, first melting the medicinal pill and then pouring it into the mouths of the two women, just like the ginseng liquid before. It was a pity that the two women were unconscious now. Otherwise, it would be another charming scene. Using the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill first was extremely good for the stabilization of the injury. Without the rampaging spiritual power in the body, the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill could be completely concentrated on the treatment. The efficacy of the Lingji mushroom jade pill was very good. After a while, Shi Shanshan's mouth began to make a slight moan, and there was a painful expression on her face. Although this would make her more painful than the initial coma, the recovery of feeling was undoubtedly a precursor to the recovery of the injury. Sun Qingxuan next to her was still in a coma. However, the injuries of the two people were different. Shi Shanshan's injury was much more serious. More than 90% of the meridians in her body were destroyed, so there was still severe pain when she was treated by the medicinal pill. Sun Qingxue, on the other hand, was much better. She was slowly treated in a coma. For the time being, the injuries of the two women were stabilized, and they would not deteriorate in the short term. Yang Qin quickly found two boulders and used the flying sword to carve them into two not-so-beautiful bathtubs. Then he carefully put the two women in it, and then soaked the two women in it with the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, only exposing their heads to breathe. After doing all this, Yang Chen took the bathtub with the two women into the medicine garden. Around the two women, there were transplanted 10,000 years old spirit ginseng and 10,000 years old jade Ganoderma. The little spiritual power that escaped from the growing spirit medicine was enough to nourish the two women now. After settling the two women, Yang Chen finally came to Hu Qianyi. At this moment, Hu Qianyi had long been tortured by the blue jade blood phantom vine. Without the support of powerful spiritual power, he was weak as if he had been sick for 100 years. He couldn't move, even worse than Elder Hua. Yang Chen waved his hand, and Yang Qin took out all the blue jade blood phantom vines. Getting a chance to breathe, Hu Qianyi's body immediately began to recover slowly, and after a while his face had a ruddy color. It was worthy of being tempered by the thunder tribulation and Yin fire tribulation. Even without the support of spiritual power, he still had such a strong ability to survive. However, at this moment, Hu Qianyi could still maintain his life. As for escaping in front of Yang Qin, Wang Yong, and the old tree demon, he didn't even think about it. Not to mention that he was so weak now. Even if he was in his heyday, it was impossible. Looking at the weak appearance of the old guy, Yang Qin wiped the remaining 1,000 years ginseng liquid that was still on his hand into Hu Qianyi's mouth. After he recovered a little bit of his strength, he picked up Hu Qianyi with one hand and began to slap left and right with the other hand. In this series of slaps, Yang Qin almost converged all the strength of his body, only using the slightest wave of his hand. Even so, Hu Qianyi was almost fainted by more than a dozen slaps. His head was blown softly, his mouth was open, and more than a dozen teeth stained with blood flew out directly. Hu Qianyi's identity was special, and Yang Qin didn't want him to die yet. Keep Hu Qianyi and send him to the two major sect to let the two major sects know the identity of the person who attacked their disciple. This was definitely a heavy slap in the face for the Taishamen. Don't say that they were all from the same Dao sect, but this kind of thing between the major sects was no longer a secret. Don't say that in order to force Yang Qin to do anything. The big people like to say that those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Just a big bullying the small. Hu Qianyi, a master of the Deshang stage, bullied 2 Jedon stage juniors and even injured the 2 women like this. It was enough to make the reputation of the Taishamen discredited, and they could no longer lift their heads. As for the matter of being caught and exposed for the murder of other disciples, it could be investigated next. Even if it was the Taishamen, they must give an explanation. Not being caught was one thing, but being caught and exposed was something that could not be denied even if one wanted to. After slapping Hu Qianyi's face, Yang Chen was still angry. Wang Yong and the old tree demon did not mean to stop him at all. They did not know the true identity of Hu Qianni, but for those who dared to hit Yang Qin, the two did not mind bloody revenge. Yang Qin easily controlled a master of the Deshang stage. Wang Yong and the old tree demon did not feel strange at all. Along the way, Yang Chen was carefully refining a kind of medicinal pill. They all saw it in their eyes. They thought that this kind of medicinal pill was used to deal with this guy. Later, Yang Qin set fire to dozens of miles, which made their guess closer to the truth. For Yang Chen's seemingly unaboveboard means, whether it was Yang Chen or the old tree demon, they all felt that it was reasonable. The other party was a master of the Deshang stage, but also used such a despicable means to threaten Yang Qin, even if Yang Qin used despicable means to deal with it. Therefore, no one sympathized with Hu Qianni's fate. This guy is the elder of the Taishaman Hu Qianni. Yang Qin didn't say the identity of Hu Qianni until this moment. The old tree demon had no awe at all for the Taishaman, so he did not respond to the name. But after Wang Yong heard it, he was shocked. The elder of the Taishaman, but also the guy who was saved by Yang Qin, unexpectedly repaid kindness with enmity, did this kind of thing, or to the two juniors of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, to threaten a Jedon stage junior. This was simply an unprecedented scandal. Repaying kindness with enmity, bullying the weak, despicable means, disregarding morality. Any one of them was a great sin. This Hu Qianni unexpectedly took all of them. Just take this guy back, let Sect Master Lu and the Lord of Tantai have a look. What kind of face the people of the Taishaman have? On Yang Chen's face there was still anger. I would like to see how the Taishaman planned to explain this matter this time. Chapter 905. The two women were seriously injured, and Yang Qin also carefully rushed back to Chunyang Palace. When he came back, it was at least twice as slow as when he went. Along the way, Yang Qin was carefully treating the injuries of the two women. Every day, he would give the two women 1/10 of the first-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. When he returned to Chunyang Palace, the injuries of the two women had been completely stabilized, and there was no danger of deterioration. Sun Qingxua had also woken up, but her body could not move. Sure, Shanshan was still in a coma, but it was no longer the kind of painful dissatisfaction, but it eased down as if she was sleeping. Seeing the appearance of the two women, even the head of the palace was shocked. He could not be surprised what the purple liquid Yang Qin used to soak the two women was. He eagerly took the pulse of the two women's wrists. After a while, his face was so gloomy that it almost scraped off the frost. The cold plum fairy and the dancing snow fairy. Half of the meridians of one's body were destroyed, and the other was destroyed by 90%. This had almost sentenced the two women to become disabled. But the two women were implicated because of Yang Qin. How could the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island give up? For Hu Qianni, who was captured and brought back, the head of the palace even had the heart to kill his whole family and execute his 9 generations. You don't want to be an elder of the Taishaman, but you have to be a thief. Not only did you make a fool of yourself, but you also brought a lot of trouble to the sect and even implicated the Chunyang Palace. You really deserve to die. 2 cultivation geniuses with limitless futures, 2 beautiful fairies with unparalleled beauty, were ruined by him just like that. Not to mention the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even the head of the Chunyang Palace felt it was a pity. Even if you bully the weak, you can't do it so outrageously, right? Although the people were saved, and the culprit was also caught, the following things were more troublesome. The 2 sect leaders had not received the news yet, but they would definitely send the higher-ups of the sect over. Who knew how furious they would be when they saw the 2 women like this? Hu Qianni's arrest also meant another big trouble. Was the Chunyang Palace going to openly fight with the Taishaman now? The time was not yet right, but such a thing happened. How would the Taishaman react? All of them were headaches for the head of the palace. Is there any hope for the 2 fairies? At this time, the head of the palace could only put the hope of solving the problem on Yang Qin. If the 2 women could recover, then at least it would be easier to explain to the two sect. If the two sect joined forces, they might be able to fight against the Taishamen. Along the way, Yang Chen pondered over how to repair the two girls' damaged meridians. In reality, it was not difficult to restore their meridians. What was difficult was to restore their cultivation without damaging their Tao foundation. Yang Chen was not willing to let the two future, peerless masters die so quietly because of him. I will try my best. Yang Chen could only answer in this way. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were originally in the Jiedan stage. They have not experienced the thunder tribulation and the Yin fire tribulation to temper their bodies. They did not have the strong resilience of the masters of the Deshang stage. The 5-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, the two women could not stand it at all. Although there were many 10,000 years spirit medicines in Yang Chen's medicine garden, there was no one that could make the two women recover. Now the best way Yang Chen could think of was to heal their injuries and then cultivate from the beginning. Although with the qualifications of the two women, as long as they did not damage their Tao foundation, even if they started from the beginning, because of this ordeal, their state of mind would be more mature, but it would be a blessing in disguise and their future achievements might be higher. A mere 200 or 300 years of hard work was not worth mentioning for a great principal golden immortal. However, Yang Chen still hoped that they could improve their cultivation base in a balanced manner with himself and Gao Yugong Sunling. Perhaps it could be done in some drastic ways, but it required a certain risk. For the time being, Yang Chen did not intend to consider it. Hu Qianyi had to be dealt with. If he did not make him lose his reputation and reputation, if he did not pull the Taishamen down from the moral high ground, Yang Chen would never give up. Under the careful care of Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling, Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan finally woke up one after another. There was only a day's difference. The injury had been completely stabilized, and under the nourishment of Yang Chen's medicinal pills, the appearance of the two women did not become older, but they still looked like middle-aged women. When Sun Qingxue woke up, she immediately noticed the situation of her body. Seeing Yang Chen, she knew that she was safe and felt relieved. But the first thing she did was to ask for a mirror. When Sun Qingxue saw her appearance in the mirror, it seemed that the whole person had collapsed. She locked herself in the room alone and did not want to come out again. The more beautiful a woman was, the more she would pay attention to her appearance, especially in front of her sweetheart. When her cultivation base was still there, her beauty was unparalleled. But now she was no longer as beautiful as before. How could it not break Sun Qingxue's heart? Shi Shanshan's performance was slightly better. After the woman, who had always been cold to others, noticed the situation of her body, there was only a flash of indescribable, complex emotions in her pupils, and then everything went back to normal, still so cold. However, anyone could see that Shi Shanshan also cared about her appearance. At least when facing Yang Chen, she always turned her face to the side, intentionally or unintentionally, not letting Yang Chen see it. Since Shi Shanshan was like this, Sun Qingxue did not even let Yang Chen enter the door. She blocked him outside and leaned against the door, as if she did not want to see Yang Chen again. I don't want to see you. Sun Qingxue was in the room, and with a sobbing tone, she shouted to Yang Chen, who was outside the door, I don't want you to see me now. I don't deserve you. In the end, Sun Qingxue was already crying. She was about to get married, but encountered such a disaster. Sun Qingxue, who felt that her appearance could not be restored, no longer had the courage to face Yang Chen. Don't worry, I will help you recover. Of course, Yang Chen knew why Sun Qingxue was crying like this. He knew that he was not a person who judged people by their appearance, and he would not change his heart because of Sun Qingxue's change in appearance. However, Yang Chen still underestimated the importance that beautiful women attached to their appearance. It seemed that even the loss of her cultivation was not as big a blow as the aging of her appearance. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Sun Qingxue stopped crying in the room and asked doubtfully, "Really? Since we met, I don't think I have ever lied to you, have I?" Yang Chen could only smile bitterly and ask Sun Qingxue, who was inside the door. This sentence had enough effect. In Sun Qingxue's mind, the words, "I didn't lie to you, did I?" that Yang Chen had said when they were together kept flashing through her mind. Finally, she chose to believe in Yang Chen again. "Can you really restore our appearance?" Sun Qingxue opened the door as fast as she could and asked Yang Chen in surprise. Chapter 906. For restoring his appearance, Yang Chen still had absolute certainty. When he killed Chang Yi and the Nine Heavens' mysterious daughter on the Immortal executioner platform, he left behind a unique appearance pill and face-preserving heart sutra, which was most suitable for Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan at the moment. Hearing that Yang Chen had a way to restore his appearance, even Shi Shanshan, who seemed to have accepted the status quo, was a little uneasy. The expression of surprise on her face could not be concealed in any way. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen finally understood that no matter how high a woman's cultivation base was, no matter how much she didn't care about her appearance and her words, but in her heart, she still put her appearance in a very important position. Fortunately, Yang Chen had all the materials for refining the Chang Yi appearance pill, and they were all good things that had been cultivated for thousands of years. At this time, it was simply the most suitable place. Here, Yang Chen was planning to open the furnace to refine the appearance pill, and the people of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island had already arrived. Both sides were very surprised and very worried when they received the news. The place where Hu Qianyi met Yang Chen, the two major sects had to pass by Chunyang Palace, so they simply met at Chunyang Palace. The Blue Cloud sect was the master of Sun Qingxue, the Deshang stage Elder Hua, accompanied by the Blue Cloud sect's law enforcement hall master, who was also in the Deshang stage Elder Shi Yanha. The arrival of the Green Jade Immortal Island was even more surprising. In addition to Shi Shanshan's master, the Lord of Tantai also rushed to Chunyang Palace. When they came to Chunyang Palace, the two major sects were told that Yang Chen had rescued the people. This news made people on both sides breathe a sigh of relief, as long as the people were still there. However, when they saw Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue with their own eyes and thoroughly understood their current situation, the experts of the two sects all jumped up in fury. Two promising disciples had been destroyed, just like that. No matter which sect they were in, they wouldn't let this go. The unlucky Hu Qianyi was pulled out again. Even though he had used his powerful cultivation to change his appearance and figure, he was unable to hide his true identity in front of these experts and was immediately recognized. Hu Qianyi. After the Lord of Tantai recognized Hu Qianyi's identity, his expression changed several times, as if he couldn't believe it. He suppressed his anger and calmly said to Hu Qianyi, "Good! What an elder of the Taishanmen! What an expert of the great ascension stage!" He spoke very slowly, but anyone could hear the hatred in the Lord of Tantai's teeth. The dignified elder of the Taishanmen actually did this kind of thing that disregarded morality and justice, and still made a move on the younger generation. In any case, it was unjustifiable. Shi Yanha and Hua Wanning did not have such good self-restraint as the Lord of Tantai. Although they were already masters of the great ascension stage, they both had a fiery personality. Elder Hua didn't care whether Hu Qianyi had already lost a dozen teeth in his mouth. He slapped Hu Qianyi's mouth and nose until Hu Qianyi's mouth and nose bled. The remaining dozen teeth were also slapped away. If it weren't for Hu Qianyi to be kept as evidence, Elder Hua couldn't wait to kill this guy directly to avenge his apprentice. Whether it was the Green Jade Immortal Island or the Blue Cloud sect, they all hated Hu Qianyi and the Taishanmen. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen Taishanmen so shameless. In order to deal with a Jiedan stage younger generation alchemist, they even vented their anger on other sect, and they did not dare to be above board. After changing their appearance, they did it stealthily. Where was the demeanor of the first sect in the Tao sects? At this time, even if Hu Qianyi wanted to argue that this matter had nothing to do with the Taishamen, it was useless. Who would believe it? Perhaps the sect master of the Taishamen could only pinch his nose and admit it in the face of this situation. Now, it was not only Yangqin and the Chunyang palaces side of the story. Zhu Xiyuan was arrested, Hu Qianyi was arrested, and there were also two direct parties, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. Even if Hu Qianyi could bring the dead back to life, he couldn't deny what he had done. In front of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, the Lord of Tantai still maintained a restraint, but when he went to the Chunyang Palace Hall to discuss, without waiting for everyone to speak, the Lord of Tantai had already slammed the table and shouted, "This is not over!" The poor table directly turned into powder and dissipated with the wind. The Lord of Tantai couldn't help but be angry. Shi Shanshan was the disciple with the best qualifications received by the Green Jade Immortal Island in the past 1,000 years. In the future, she would be the future hope of the Green Jade Immortal Island. She was destroyed like this. How could people not be angry? The Taishamen must give an explanation in any case. Elder Shi Yanha of the Blue Cloud sect was even more powerful and immediately threatened. "If they can't restrain the disciples, I will discipline them for them." Although sect master Lu of the Blue Cloud sect was not present, Elder Shi Yanha, as the hall master of the law enforcement hall, also represented the opinion of sect master Lu to a certain extent. This matter would never be given up. The two major sects have never had such resentment towards the Taishamen as today. Two talented disciples were destroyed, and the hard work of the sect for hundreds of years was destroyed. If the two major sects swallowed their anger, who would join them in the future? The Lord of Tantai was present, and immediately the Green Jade Immortal Island sent a harshly worded note to the Taishamen, and it was personally issued in the tone of the Lord of Tantai. Sect Master Lu of the Blue Cloud sect was not there, but Shi Yanha also decided to return immediately and report the matter to Sect Master Lu. As for Elder Hua, he had to stay behind to take care of his beloved disciple. "Yang Qin, is there any hope for the injuries of Shanshan and little Shui?" After venting his anger, the Lord of Tantai began to ask Yang Qin about the healing. Although there were several masters of the Deshang stage present, when it came to the means of healing and treatment, they were not Yang Qin's opponent. Even the injuries of the Black Tiger predecessor and so many masters of the Deshang stage could be healed. This small injury should not be too difficult, right? There is no problem with the recovery of the meridians. I can guarantee that the Tao Foundation will not be damaged. The answer given by Yang Chen made everyone very happy, but Yang Chen still said his concerns. However, it is not so easy to recover in a short period of time. Why is this? Could it be that the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill is not good? The Lord of Tantai was still full of confidence. At least for Yang Chen's alchemy for his wife, it would never be discounted. Now, listening to Yang Chen, it seemed that there was still an accident, and he immediately asked, "The 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. The bodies of Shanshan and little Shui can't afford it." Yang Chen also told the truth and did not conceal it. Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan were both present. When they heard Yang Chen's words, the two women seemed to be happy, especially Shi Shanshan. She seemed to have understood a lot of things. Chapter 907. Yang Chen's explanation made the Lord of Tantai understand a lot. There were some medicinal pills that ordinary people really couldn't afford. The 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill in the mortal world could already be regarded as an immortal pill. If ordinary people ate it, there was absolutely only one result. That was, the body would explode and die. For them, the immortal pill was not a life-saving medicinal pill, but a life-chasing poison. Without the baptism of thunder tribulation and Een fire tribulation, the medicinal power of the 5th grade medicinal pill could not be withstood at all. Perhaps they could barely withstand the medicinal power of the 4th grade, but the medicinal effect of the 4th grade was not enough to restore their cultivation base. Well, first keep the Tao foundation. It's not a big deal to cultivate back again. The Lord of Tantai nodded. Everyone was a master. They could take it up and put it down. If they could keep the Tao foundation, then it would only be a waste of 200 years. No one would care too much. Also, the last time you asked Shanshan to ask, this old woman will give you an answer here. The Lord of Tantai directly represented the master of Shi Shanshan and said to Yangqin, about the direction of Shanshan's cultivation, we did not force her. Everything depends on Shanshan's own intentions. If you have any cultivation method here, feel free to use it. Shanshan will be your wife in the future. She will naturally listen to you. Yangqin used to be afraid that if he gave Shi Shanshan some cultivation methods, it would cause a rebound on the side of the green jade Immortal Island. So he asked Shi Shanshan to ask clearly. Now the Lord of Tantai finally gave Yangqin a definite answer. Also, the cultivation method that you take out, Shanshan doesn't have to consider the impact of the sect, nor does she have to hand it over to the sect. Since the decision has been made, the Lord of Tantai simply appeared more generous, the people of the Yang family, cultivating the Yang family's cultivation method. There is no need to say anything to the green jade Immortal Island. In between the words, he had directly buckled Shi Shanshan as a member of the Yang family. Blue Cloud sect has the same intention. Elder Hua was there the whole time, and the Lord of Tantai had the highest status. After the island master finished speaking, it was her turn as Sun Qingshue's master to speak. Although I am Sun Qingshue's master, I will not be so petty. Little Xue is also a member of the Yang family, so it's naturally not a problem for her to cultivate your Yang family's cultivation technique. She also doesn't need to ask the sect for instructions. Both of them directly regarded Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue as members of the Yang family, as if they were afraid that this time the appearance of the two women would change and Yangqin would change his mind. After all, Yangqin was a 5th grade alchemist master. If there was no peerless appearance of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, maybe there would be other sect who would use a beauty trap to enter. At that time, the two major sect would lose more than they gain. On the contrary, Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan both heard some hidden hope from Yangqin's words. It was not so easy to restore the skills, but there was still a way not at a loss. It seemed that Yangqin still had something to say, but these could be said when they were alone with Yangqin. There was no need to mention it in front of everyone. At present, Yangqin's task was to immediately refine the appearance pill for the two women. This was not only the request of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, but also several Deshang stage elders of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, including the Lord of Tantai, were among them and made a collective request. From Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, the women learned that Yangqin was very sure that there was no problem in restoring their appearance, which made the women overjoyed. Although cultivators had a longer lifespan than mortals and looked younger, this did not mean that cultivators could live forever. Generally speaking, within 1,000 years, as long as they could reach the Yuanying stage, they could basically maintain their youth forever. But after this year, even the masters of the Deshang stage would undergo some slow changes. Although they would not become old and decrepit, they would also change from a youthful appearance to a middle-aged appearance. Chunyang Palace was okay. There was no female cultivator of this level for the time being. But now the masters of the two major sect who came to Chunyang Palace were all at this stage. Everyone looked like a middle-aged woman. Since Yangqin could restore the appearance of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, two women who currently had no spiritual power in their bodies, from middle-aged appearance to youthful beauty, naturally he could also restore the appearance of these masters. As long as it was a woman, they would be extremely interested in this news. They were even willing to pay a high price for it. Of course, there was a more important point. If Yangqin could really restore the appearance of the two women, then naturally there would be no problem of falling in love. The Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were still able to maintain a good relationship with Yangqin. Not only these masters, even his master Gao Yu and senior apprentice, sister Gong Sunling. After knowing that Yang Chen could refine the appearance pill, they also complained about Yang Chen. They had wasted more than 200 years of their lives because they hadn't made such a good thing earlier. Although in their current situation, there was no need for any appearance pill at all. Yang Chen was unable to refute the words of the women. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only silently accept the criticism of the women, and then obediently began to retreat to refine pills. Fairy Chang, Yi's appearance was also the best in the heavenly court in the past. Naturally, she had her outstanding methods of retaining her appearance. This appearance pill was one of them. In addition, there was also a mental cultivation method of retaining one's appearance, which was also firmly remembered in Yang Chen's mind. Maybe next time, Yang Chen would have to take out this facial cultivation method in order to please the women. While Yang Chen was retreating to refine pills, Elder Shi Yanha of the Blue Cloud sect quickly rushed back to the Blue Cloud sect. Then Sect Master Lu also issued a stern-worded note and found the Taishaman. Chunyang Palace was naturally no exception. In the end, this matter was because of Yang Chen, so it was also very rude to ask the Taishaman to explain it and give an explanation. The two sect plus the Chunyang Palace simultaneously asked the Taishaman for an explanation, but the high-level members of the Taishaman were confused. What Huchini did outside, he did not tell anyone in the sect, so the Taishaman who received the note did not know what happened. The matter was related to the Deshang stage elder, Huchini. They looked for him in the sect, but they could not find the shadow of Elder Hu. When they learned from the representative of the Chunyang Palace that Elder Huchini actually kidnapped the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy to threaten Yang Chen, asking Yang Chen to take out the alchemy secrets and seriously injuring the two fairies and abolishing all the cultivation of the two fairies, the Taishaman sect master Li almost fell directly to the ground. Of course, the sect also wanted Yang Chen's alchemy secrets, but Elder Huchini, why did you have to kidnap the two fairies of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island? Even if it was to kidnap the other two fiancés of Yang Chen of the Chunying Palace, the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island could not be easily provoked. This was good. He was caught and found out by the sect. How could the sect deal with the aftermath for him? Thinking of this, Sect Master Li could not help but have a headache.